and amigas. My name's Huesto Enrico. I'm the Huesto de Taquienda de Femias de People Place. And that's pretty important stuff, you know. That's about as important as nuclear war. Maybe more important than nuclear war. By a measure of at least 40 or 50. This is a very manly live stream. Which is to say, I want to talk a little bit about toxic masculinity. Oh, sure, I get it. Asshats like Greta Gerwig have co opted the expression to refer to anything with a penis. But since I found out about it the other day, I've been unable to stop thinking about this whole Marty Glenn stuff. What horrible person he is. Now I know I haven't done the upload video where I share with you his emails to empower you to draw these conclusions on your own. I will do that today. But to quote the immortal, what's his name? Can't we all just get along? I really powerfully dislike that guy. What exactly happened? I mean, he had a woman who left a comment on his channel that was positive. He penned it. He put a bunch of praise on her. Engaged her such that she wanted to further chat with him. And then when she emailed him, it turned quickly from positivity to, if you don't behave how I want you to, then you don't know your place. And then after goading her into making a big mistake, it turns out he was just doing it to prove to her, first of all, to make her become a piece of shit, and then prove to her that she is one, you know? No, no one complained about me. No one shot me an email complaining about anything. I typed this woman. After I was done typing her, she told me this story, you know? And the key element is Marty made a video, 10-minute long video, directed just exclusively to calling her a piece of shit, essentially. And lied in it. Pretended that he had not been involved in this story he was telling, but a friend of his had been involved in it because he's too morally upstanding. Oh, just how Marty understands things so well, whatever. Certainly she knows better now, but he's doing like textbook abuser shit, you know, like love bombing and then essentially threatening to take it away. I mean, the thing is, you can interpret the hard sales tactics however you want. You could say, hey, that's just life in the big city. But there's very clearly for him a power thing, not a sex thing, you know? Oh, well, I don't want to get busted, Carlos, or get my live stream age restricted. On the grounds that I'm doing something that I would just never do, which is smoke, you know. Smoking is bad for you. It's not something I would ever do. No matter how many different things you put in front of me to smoke, I wouldn't smoke any of them. I'm too manly for smoking. It's a big part of the reason why. So because somebody the last couple of days in a row, I suspected might be somebody whose name rhymes with Gardy Mlen, but I have no proof of that. But the last couple of days, the first times ever, my streams got age restricted because somebody flagged them for smoking. So I said, all right, well, fine, you POS. You petty POS. I will. You win. I quit smoking. But you know, I'm well aware that of what I'm in store for. You know, I haven't put that uploaded video yet, but I definitely will. I have a very strong goal of getting that done today. And I gotta say, one person I could really take a lesson from. COPD is not fun. No, well, I'm assuming you're right. But I tell you what else is not fun. Thinking about all this Marty Glenn stuff, which, like I said, has been consuming my thoughts for the last few days. Because it's hard to conceive of a more thoroughly scumbag move than that guy pulled. Yeah, Marty. And the thing is, Marty's extremely red-pilled. You know, he's got some kind of problem with women. I mean, don't know where from it comes, why it exists, but it's pretty clear that what he did to Caroline was basically take out his anger on women against her. It was all about power, you know, and his ability to manipulate and exploit. His ability to goad somebody into something they didn't really want to do. And it's also, you know, this story is also about the horrible reality that somebody as horrible as Marty Glenn, and like both as a content producer and a human being, simply because he's a YouTuber who's persisted for a while, and you know, believe it or not, he's got more subs than I do, ridiculously, right? Not that I particularly care about that, but the point is, it's a matter of no small concern that we've got these self-appointed gurus positioning themselves as the king of wisdom, when in actuality, nothing could be further from the truth, right? Like, he's not the king of wisdom. He's somebody who deserves no bully pulpit and has managed to attain himself one, even though everything he says is just self-inflating and or other deflating garbage. It's just a projection of his own garbage, you know? Anyway, my point is, there's nothing manly about being red-pilled. It's like, it's got to be the single most sissified approach to the world imaginable. People who are genuinely comfortable in their manhood, who don't feel threatened by women at all, don't behave towards them like that. I forgot that I'm not supposed to enjoy my health tubes on camera. So, while I'm enjoying this health tube, you guys can look at the little wilderness car there. Isn't that fun? How many health tubes should a regular person consume in order to ensure that they are healthy? Approximately 20 per day. I see Marty is expressing the following worldview about women. It's hard and scary to deal with dating and relationships as though the person you're dating or in a relationship with is an individual human being first, and a woman, not incidentally, but as a necessary but insufficient condition to being with that person, right? It's scary for Marty to have a real loving relationship in which it's not predicated on control, power. And so instead of being wise and valuing and appreciating the independent agency of others, he feels gratified by proving that he can manipulate and take advantage of people by tearing them down, calling them a piece of shit or whatever, for doing exactly what he goaded them into. You know, like, if shoplifting makes you a piece of shit, then what does goading someone else into shoplifting make you? I don't mean to remove accountability from the woman or understate her agency or her role in this whole thing, in the sense that she's the one with the responsibility to a husband, right? And at the same time, one has to acknowledge that there are circumstances, for example, where a consumer might get pressured by a bunch of hard sales tactics into buying something they don't really want, you know? And yeah, they're responsible for their decision making, but you're not remiss in pointing out that the salesman was a real utilitarian prick, right? They only cared about themselves, what they got out of it. They didn't care about whether you were going to be happy in the long term or not. And when you're playing that game with such huge stakes on her end and such non-stakes on your end, and then when you know, get her and your response to it is, haha, sucker, now I'm going to make a video to remind you for the rest of your life what a piece of shit you are. Even though he was the one who, she had not behaved like that at any point prior to this engagement with him. I mean, one thing's fairly obvious, and that's that people who are seeking answers are more often seeking an authoritative statement on things, you know, confidence and authoritativeness. And for people who, I guess you'd say, just aren't necessarily that bright, is one way to put it, or, you know, it's clear like this woman was looking for some affirmation in her life that she, for whatever reason, wasn't feeling from her husband. You know, 12 years and 3 kids is sufficient to strain most relationships, especially when you're talking about a 34-year-old who got married at 22, you know. There's nothing quite as manly as pooping. The reason it's so manly is it's the opposite of taking it up the butt. Instead of something going into your butt, something comes out of your butt. And that something is poop. Well. That was a wonderful poop because Because it was hot and ready, like Edith, whatever her name is. Well, no sage is, of course, welcome to state their position on things. And I will inform them that if that's really their position, then they're just projecting their insecurity, you know? Because no decent human being wants to reduce the most significant other human being in their life, or a whole half of the population, to some sort of inferior status unless they themselves feel terribly inferior. That's just the truth on the matter, right? This cat. Okay, Bubbles. I'll pet you. You eat. You know, the bottom line is simple. Real men deal with women as human beings. Only terrified little boys feel the need to reduce women to their roles in some way. It's like, it's the ultimate cucky weakness, right? Is red pilling. It's cucky weakness masquerading as something else. Your cat looks so cute. Well, your eyes aren't lying to you. Okay? Let me just tell you that. He is so cute. But he's also correctly named Trouble. He's the hugest pain in the ass cat ever. He constantly sheds. There's trouble fur all over the house. He won't eat unless I sit here and watch him eat. He takes up like half the bed every time he sleeps. He bullies his sister. When he uses a litter box, he scoops out a bunch of litter onto the ground first and then uses the litter box. And as often as not, it seems, he'll partially miss and get some of the poop on the edge of the box, just like to be a dick, as far as I can tell. So, this cat is a real pain in the butt. Yes, you are. Yes, you are a real pain in the butt. Our other cat is much easier. She's a much better cat. We love Trouble a lot, but there's no disputing the fact that he's what you would call a bad cat. He's a real go-getter in the bad cat department. It's like, hey, what's another way that I could make your life more difficult? He also will turn from the Lord of Love into the Lord of Violence instantly. No, you have to check each command individually, and morality supersedes authority. Well, absolutely correct about that. Reality does supersede authority. I mean, maybe no sage is leaf trimmer, but I've got another party in mind as, I guess you'd say, a not unlikely culprit. I'm not sure exactly how it is that one comes to like justify one's own bad behavior if you're Marty, for example. There's no possible sustainable justification for it, right? But nevertheless, people will have words that they use to lie to themselves and others about things. Again, I would point out, first and foremost, what toxic masculinity is weakness. It's weakness and fear before it is anything else, and it's projection thereof. If authority derives from God, then no authority can rightfully command something that contradicts God's law and the subordinate be obliged to obey. Well, that's true as a conditional statement, but there's no way to establish that authority derives from God, and we can clearly establish that most authority does not. You're confusing the words authority with universalizability, right? So it is true that we have a moral obligation not to give false testimony against another, which is what Marty Glenn did. And that does represent sin. But the nice thing about negative moral obligations is we don't need to justify them with things that don't work as justifications, like God. Now, God may be the correct explanation even, right? Maybe you're saying, but it doesn't matter if it works argumentationally as correct or something. Well, that's just lying to yourself, right? Then you're just lying to yourself. Because remember, a proper relationship with God is predicated on faith, which itself supervenes on the fact that you believe in the absence of evidence or in the face of contrary evidence. So you can't sustain argumentationally what you're saying without basically shitting on God. So stop shitting on God, please. And what's most offensive about it is really, it's almost certainly just a projection of your own insecurity and weakness regarding women that causes you to take this position. And then you're trying to co-opt God to back you up in your cucky weakness. I mean, fuck that, dude. That's horrible. So hopefully that dispatches with that nonsense. And the thing is, of course, the other important thing to remember is that the only moral issues upon which God or some other magical thinking frame is exclusively informative are elements of morality that don't universalize, like positive moral indications. So in this instance, Marty, in his engagements with Caroline, didn't violate negative moral prohibitions, but he behaved in a deplorable fashion nevertheless. And we can call that deplorable fashion something along the lines of exploitation. Again, I don't mean to be denying her culpability in this matter. Merely pointing out that if somebody shoplifts, they're a thief. And if somebody goads somebody else into shoplifting, the goader is not the thief, right? But he's nevertheless guilty of something horrible. I've answered this question many times before, variations on this question regarding Israel and Palestine, right? Because I forgot about my health tube prohibition. So, obviously, Israel's wicked in perpetrating apartheid against Palestinians. Obviously, there's a false equivalency being drawn by Israel between the behavior expected of a civilized people and what comprises enabling people to be civilized, right? You can't expect a civilized response from Palestinians to what's fundamentally decades of outright Israeli oppression and occupation of the former Palestine. At the same time, we need to respect the fact, we need to acknowledge the fact that you aren't going to get very far with Israel simply pointing out their failures, right? You've got to position it as in a way that the hawkish elements of the Israeli population feel as though they're getting their just revenge or whatever. So my point is simply, obviously, Israel should make Palestine, or not make Palestine, but Israel should wash their hands entirely of the Palestinians and say, okay, you guys are in charge of yourself now. And then once they become an independent nation state, then all of a sudden, if the Palestinians attack you, you're justified in responding as though another nation invaded you. You're not justified in that kind of military response when you're an occupying force, you know, perpetrating apartheid against a large portion of people. That's just like completely nut bar soup. So what I was thinking was the ideal solution here for everything is this. Oh, you have to go. Why is fraud wrong? Well, because fraud comprises a call to action. It's not just words. I mean, you could make the argument that all lying is wrong via the Kantian deontological approach, but that doesn't withstand scrutiny ultimately. Okay, Winston's mom, Cone Man, as far as anybody can tell, is not an INFJ. And in fact, he left not because he got irked by my comments, but because I offered to type him for free, which required him to either put up or shut up, right? And he didn't want to put up. But he's not awful He's not an awful human being like Club ENTP or whatever. So rather than trying to force the issue, he sort of accepted that, okay, I'm going to prioritize my subjectivities here, and that's fine. Nothing wrong with that, you know? Anyway, I mean, nobody who understands INFJs could possibly have read him as an INFJ. For one thing, he just engaged too often in ways that are represent ham-fisted FE, right? Like a real INFJ doesn't come in and be like this the whole time. As an INFJ, I believe that blah, blah, blah. INFJs are the most meow meow meow. INFJs understand meow. No real INFJ is that clumsy with their extroverted feeling, you know? It's just it's just how it is. So um so yeah, you know. I want to deal with the world specifically via YouTube by providing people the truth, you know, and by doing so as gently and compassionately as I can consistently maintain, you know, and as civilly. I'm I'm becoming a much less angry person over the years, you know. I have less cause to be angry. And I recognize increasingly how, for me, as somebody who kind of, as an eight, I perhaps over rely on anger or have historically. As somebody who has an eight in their tri type, you know. And it's easy to get enamored with that feeling of being mad, winning via your forcefulness, and feeling vindicated accordingly. The thing is, to safely engage in that kind of approach to life at all, you have to be very objectively self critical, something that Marty is definitely not. And so, but I see him as definitely an eight, you know. Accordingly, he expresses his fear of women in this incredibly toxic fashion. But well, the other important thing to remember, Winston's mom, is when Boba Fett is behaving disharmoniously, he's doing so on purpose. The big thing to note here is that Cone Man was disharmonious while trying to be harmonious. Boba Fett knows how whatever he says is gonna play, and then he just does it anyway because he's feeling sour, you know. I don't exactly know what a sand spur is, but I can get the gist of what it must mean, right? And yeah, he definitely grinds my gears. Uh, the thing is, one thing that I will acknowledge this, I don't think Carlos Paeva is talking about me and Marty, but one thing that I will acknowledge is part of the reason why he makes me so angry is because I see the similarities in terms of an action type, an action deliberation type, but Marty's just purely awful and toxic, uh, whereas I'm not. Both of us might periodically state like big claims. We might assert our exclusive correctness, but there's a huge difference, right? I'm engaging honestly, and he fundamentally is not. And like I was saying, I think Greta Gerwig and Marty deserve each other. You've got toxic feminism paired with toxic masculinity. They deserve each other. I mean, just YouTube search Marty Glenn. It's two N's at the end of Glenn. Something I very much appreciated last night that Rachel did. She had this idea. She wanted to make a perfume smell test video that linked to cruelty-free veganness. So, like, does my husband prefer the smell of perfumes that are cruelty-free, cruel, or is there no clear pattern? What was that? And the reason I was pleased with that video a lot was that it's like, okay, well, here's something to get me back into video editing and back into the reality that I can now once again make edited videos because well, I think what the perfume people mean, Man with a Great Machete, is that at no point during their perfume production process do they include any animal testing. And also, it doesn't have any animal byproducts in it. Like, a surprising amount of perfume has a lot of pork in it, you know. Pork is one of the base notes in most perfumes. Because women like to smell like bacon. Anyway, having not had good internet now for like until a couple weeks ago for a year plus, I've totally gotten out of the habit of behaving as though I have access to videos I make on my phone more or less as soon as I make them, which I do again now because I've got my Google Photos, Google Drive set to sync, you know, and now that we've got blazing fast internet, well, I can just grab those videos that I make on my phone from Google Photos, download them, and do the edited video things, no problem. What has very much impeded my working on edited videos for the last year is the fact that if I'm going to do that, I have to use the camera on the laptop because it would take all night to upload a 15-minute video from my phone, you know. Are you racist? No. How about you, MX Dirtbike? Are you racist? What if fruits get in a mood? These pigs aren't killed for that. Should be a byproduct. Are you a Christian? Yes, I am a Christian. Well, you know, Winston's mom here says, I recognize the fragrance that youth do. That perfume is a classic. Thank you, Winston's mom. Appreciate it. Let's go where? Do you want to have an argument with me about Christianity? I am so cute. You're right, Azra. I am just cute as a button. As the Japanese would say, I'm kawaii. Wakarimashita? Indeed. Wakata. Let's go party. All right, let's go party. Remember, we're only partying with health tubes today. All right? Because in keeping with YouTube community standards, I do not smoke. Because smoking is bad. Freedom guy means he doesn't believe authority should trump free choice as the default in most cases. There's Winston's mom. Well, you might say that about Cone Man, but at the same time, he was full of reification fallacies, anti-corporate reification fallacies, anti-government reification fallacies, an attempt to avoid dealing with actual issues and instead deal with deal with shit mythologically. So I don't know if that's consistent with what you're saying, Carlos Paiva. I don't think that prioritizing individual free choice goes along well with his ideological bent. He might answer certain questions in ways that are consistent with what you're saying, but I don't think there's any good way to platypus that doesn't involve trampling on people's rights. Sometimes he just thinks about things in general. Yeah, that's exactly what the road to hell is paved with, right? Generalities, vagaries, and a belief that you don't need to engage seriously with something intellectually in order to know the answer, which is just ridiculous. Well, when somebody comes in and says, "Are you a Christian?" and I say yes, and then they say, "Let's go," I expect some, I mean, yeah, sure, he's concerned with people's well-being, and he may understand upholding rights as consistent with well-being, but he doesn't understand it as coming before in the order of questions. Play TV $, also known as hashtag. Play TV hashtag. Hello, 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 hello. Cookie Monsters, and applause to you. Caroline Johnson, good morning. I was talking earlier about your situation and how I have been unable to think about anything else for days now. Like, it interferes with my cartoon watching. It makes me so angry at him. It's not even anger. It's like, it's disgust and sadness. Because, as I was saying before, let's say shoplifting makes you a thief. Okay, so it's bad to shoplift. You're a thief. What about the person who goads someone into shoplifting, and then once they do it, more or less says, "Hey, he's shoplifting." you know, uh, what do we think about that dirtbag, right? So, and then lies about it and pretends like he had absolutely nothing to do with the shoplifting. I'm not saying shoplifting to try to create some explication of it that minimizes the impact of the crime here. I'm just picking any crime at random as an analogy. And then gloats at how they ego hacked you or whatever into shoplifting and got you busted while maintaining their own moral high ground throughout the whole process. How fucking offensive is that? And it was all about power. Basically, he was just saying, I hate women. I'm terribly scared of them because I'm cucky weakness incarnated. And accordingly, I'm going to find some woman who's acceptable to me pulling this shit. And then I'm going to pull a, haha, gotcha. There, now I fucked up your life. See what a bunch of stupid whores women are? Oh, this fucking guy. He is such a piece of work. I I cannot recall the last time I felt this much antipathy towards somebody. That kind of spam, emoji spam, Winston Mom, just seems like a kid, probably, rather than somebody trying to be spammy. I don't think it's that well thought out. Well, I mean, you haven't seen the emails, and as I've said before, what I will do today is I will make a video. I'm going to send it to Caroline for her approval first. If she's like, oh no, I don't like this or whatever, then I guess I'll just drop the matter. But once you see the email exchange, Carlos, what's particularly dirty about his deeds is that he gets consent. That's going to hurt harder, way more, of course, right? It's definitely something when a dumb guy is trying to observe and describe psychology of women. I mean, he's not just dumb, right? That's not the problem there. He's, compared to some other expressions of just like self-loathing ESFP, which obviously the world's not very friendly to ESFPs. But he's actually comparatively bright, writes reasonably well, you know. But yeah, I don't expect anybody to agree or understand with what I'm saying at all, because you have not seen the emails. Montegraph sent me here. He is right. You dropped the best stuff. Really? Well, I should be less clumsy with the best stuff. The best stuff is the stuff that you least want to drop, because it might hit the ground and shatter. If one says my confirmation bias example is the standard for behavior that's dumb, your shoplifting after encouragement scenario, I see it as that. Okay, well, I don't really understand what you're saying, Jeremiah Fix. I'm not sure whose confirmation bias you're referring to here, and what is being confirmed, etc. Caredits says Walmart bag is back again. Well, Walmart bag, welcome back. I will try to pick it up after I drop it. That's one of my yoga poses, actually. I was showing everybody some of the yoga poses I've developed yesterday. I'll show you a couple of them again for you. I mean, it's not even confirmation bias exactly. It's creating the reality you want to be by causing real impacts upon people, because you're an SE Dom, you know. Oh, daddy, is it small? I'm doing your yoga pose right now. Well, I'm going to show you some of my yoga poses. I call this yoga pose about to go into the kitchen. I call this yoga pose, oops, I dropped my lighter. And I call this yoga pose, looking at something over there. You can practice these yoga poses on your own, because what you'll learn if you do is that it's a great way to connect your spirit and your body. Namaste. Hi, Nekia Braley, and thank you for subscribing to my channel. You know, I'm coming up on 10,000 subscribers for too long. I guess I'd get to 10,000 before the end of 2024. First one to start the race to 10,000, last one to get there. Like, just about every typology channel that exists has started after me and zoomed right past 10,000 subs. Number 2 pose looked more like the Grundle pose. The Grundle pose is a little bit different. The Grundle pose, I'll show you that one. I think there should be a Batman villain called the Grundler. This is the Grundle pose. Like that. Okay. That's the Grundle pose. The Grundler, as a Batman villain, I guess his power is to punch you in the grundle. That's his superpower. He's got henchmen, of course. Just like the Riddler. They're a Tiffany pose. Yeah, but I can't do it as well as Tiffany does. This is the Tiffany pose. I'm a yoga expert. No, master. Okay, everyone, now look at me. First it sounds like this. I'm pointing a robot arm into the sky. Oh my God. Namaste. Thanks, Tiff. San Diego Barbie. Teacup what? Looks like a stuck tweaker. Who's a stuck tweaker? Tiffany? Tiffany's not a stuck tweaker. She just lost an arm in the snow last year. Don't hate a woman simply because she has a prosthetic arm. That's not very nice of you. San Diego Barbie says, I don't know. She needs clothes. Hi, I lost my clothes a long time ago. And every time I go out and get drunk, I lose them again. So I just said, fuck these clothes. San Diego Barbie says, Winston's mom, I just recently met another person online from your area who also knows host air. Because Winston's mom wants to highlight the fact that I'm a hoe. Anyhow, Tiffany, well, no, Tiffany's preferred, Tiffany's drug of choice is almond milk, which is really vodka, but she calls it almond milk. She believes that's what it's called. BRB, s'more bedtime, but thanks for showing me the Tiffany. You're welcome, Acacia. You are so very welcome. No, Winston's mom is not saying, San Diego Barbie, that you've met me or that you know me at all. Winston's mom is just saying, you're here, ergo, you have some familiarity with Eric, and you're from San Diego. And I, Winston's mom, know somebody else who has familiarity with Eric from San Diego. That's all she's saying. Although I will tell you this, everybody, I'll remind those of you who don't remember, and I'll tell those of you who don't know. Rachel and I were recognized at the supermarket. Some lady saw me in the supermarket, was like, I'm pretty sure that's him. Then saw Rachel and was, yes, that's certainly the case. Louis verse. I have to say that is about the nicest compliment anybody's ever given me. Play some guitar, nobody wants to hear you talk. I mean, I wish life were like that the world wanted to listen to me play guitar. Boring supermarket talk? I have never, in all my years of going to supermarkets, oh, I see what you're saying, mentioning that we got recognized one time. We got recognized one time at the supermarket after I've been live streaming, after I've been YouTubing for over 12 years. I'm not trying to boast or anything. I do appreciate your strong objection to my telling the supermarket story, but all right, I guess I'll play a song on the guitar before I resume talking. Because, might as well. What am I going to play on the guitar before I resume talking? Well, I could play Destruction the Whole Damn World, but maybe I won't. Maybe I'll just play something easy to play and chill. I just play Satchel of Helpful Goods. In case you get good suggestion, maybe I'll play that as well. I'll play Satchel of Helpful Goods, I'll play Cloudy Day. I'll put down the guitar. Well, I better tune it again. This guitar goes out of tune so fast. There, I've tuned the guitar. Every life reaches a time when the road splits in two. There are times, dark times, times of despair, times when it's hard to feel good. That's when I look for my sack full of solvency and that satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Every life lived reaches a time when the road comes to an end. When I'm there, will there be anybody else around? Or will I travel all alone? That's when I look for my sack full of solvency and that satchel, now nothing but bones. Yeah, that satchel filled up with home. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. A satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. So there's something still out of tune about this guitar. Okay. Now it seems to be better in tune. This one is for this for Acacia. Cloudy day. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles, and today we run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Will someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles, cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Life can strangely be forgiving to those who stay awake all night, and mostly voices say to give in. They'll try to sap your will to find. But whether I'm supposed to be here or just be soon forgotten, noise is sort of based on what I see here, and also on what I avoid. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles, and today we run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Will someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles, cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say, something to say. Oh, very well. Self, I will play one more song. As I pick up the guitar, I start to enjoy it, you know. When I was younger, it seemed that everything gleamed. I don't know what happened to me, but I've lost that sense of urgency, and I don't think that I'll ever see it again. If you follow my lead, you'll discover I'm loster than you, and you'll want to know the way to get back out to wherever it was you thought you knew. And tomorrow will be just like today. I'll be lost then too. It's a matter of mood. as much as a matter of will. And the things I do and the direction I point to still seem a part of me, though departedly. And I wonder if I'll ever see them again. Bumpity da 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 da, bumpity da 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 do. Bumpity da 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 da, bumpity da 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 da. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get the margarine's tater tots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business. Thinking now about what to call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald always thought there'd be chance enough to return to the work left rough. He'd get back to it eventually. But his visions piled up, and his plans would interrupt all the work that started off so hopefully. And now his mind is back on his business, thinking of changing factless to listless. Oh, how all the people will shout his name. And Gerald knows he understands ever more clearly now. He won't provide explanation regarding the why or the how. He'll see you and know you from inside your heart. Exciting, delighting, Gerald plays his part. But Gerald still knew too much to do, and he had dropped time in the underview. Too much to rebut, to learn now and what. Too much time spent nitpicking the skew with you. No, Gerald has a thought, and Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get to margarine's tasty spots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business. Thinking now about what to call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald has a thought. Thanks everybody for your hearts, your approval, etc. I did not say noisy underpants. Now he's got his mind on. Now his mind is back on his business. I bet that's what you're referring to. Now his mind is back on his business, thinking of changing factless to listless. But that does kind of sound like noisy underpants. Now his mind is. Have you seen the Nerf limited edition? Boba Fett blaster? I have not. Does the guy like tater tots a lot? Well, I think in the first verse, he's interested literally in what she's cooking, right? In the second verse, he's become interested in which he's metaphorically cooking. So that's why he wants to get to her tasty spots. Maybe he's a man that the way to his heart is through his stomach. Have you ever heard that expression before? It's broadly untrue. It turns out that the way to a man's heart is consistently through his penis. But they used to say it was through his stomach. Maybe that was a metaphor for penis. It's like some mother telling her daughter, okay, well, the way to a man's heart is through his stomach down here, you know? And she took it literally. I think that's what happened. It felt really good to play those songs again, you know, as it has been lately. Get out of here with that. I don't know what that shit is anyway. Yet. Is it the new yeet? Is Gyat the new yeet? Inquiring Erics want to know. I came to a realization yesterday because, you know, I frequently feel guilty about and hate myself for, I still feel it now, for these instances when my dad was alive where I wasn't there enough for him. I wasn't concerned enough about him, etc. And it included like not eating with him all that often because he was a big pain in the ass, you know? He was super controlling, fussy about everything, unpleasant in general. But understandably so. His wife had Alzheimer's disease, etc. But anyway, I realized something yesterday that me having to watch Trouble eat all the time is my punishment for that. I didn't watch my dad eat enough, and now I have to watch Trouble eat way too often. It's just karmic justice. And, you know, Rachel has to watch him eat some too because she's partially culpable in some sense as well, you know, for my failure to be a good son. How could she be culpable for that, right? Well, it's a little more complicated than that. But 99% Eric, you know. But Rachel ends up watching the cat eat more than 1% of the time. Don't forget to pick it up, bro. Oh shit, I forgot. I forgot about the fact that I'm trying not to use health tubes on stream. I have to remember that because somebody flagged it last couple of days in a row. And it got age restricted. So, I mean, it's crazy that it would be age restricted, right? If a child goes out in the world, they're going to see somebody smoking a cigarette. How in the world can it be not acceptable to have a person living their life, live streaming in the way they normally live their life, incidentally smoking, how can that possibly make it 18 and over only can watch this? Like, can you imagine if feature films were created like that? But you know, even Netflix, they'll put like these warning words, right? They'll say things like self-harm, sexual violence, gore, and smoking. Like, how does smoking even make that list, right? How does smoking make that list? How is smoking even remotely comparable to those other things? I tell you, it makes me want to take some Skyrizi and some Jardians right now. Plus, get some of that blotchy for some cream. That, in order to increase my blotchiness, I want to use. It's not meant to increase your blotchiness, it's meant to decrease it. But since I don't naturally have that blotchiness disease, I figure I could use it as a spot therapy to increase my blotchiness. Because everybody knows that blotchy is the new regular. Blotchy is the new regular. I like that sentence a lot. I like it because it's true. When I'm on Jardians and Skyrizi, I really embrace the notion of blotchiness. I will read what you said, Carlos, in a second. Okay, I can't read it right now because I'm a big dummy who never remembers to bring his glasses with him ever, no matter what. Okay, it's a bit of an exaggeration, but Eric, I found Michael Smith's channel and he has a vid about you. And guess how I found it? I don't know, searching for me. I mean, oh, he's fighting with Marty? Michael Smith is fighting with Marty? All right, here you go, Carlos. Here you go. I'm sure Richard Appleby Jr. knows that there's a restaurant called Applebee's. The only way Richard Appleby Jr. would not know about Applebee's is if Richard Appleby Jr. is from the UK. Which is possible. He could be Ukadian. Why don't they call people from the UK Ukadians? Sure. Wrench it up. Certainly, Carlos Paeva. I trust you with a wrench. Unlike someone whose name rhymes with Robo-Rat. Stillinya is Stilliner. Stillinya is Stillinger. I do not know what your name means. Stillinya is Stillinger. that horrible miggity meow. I am just not loving guarding Lynn. Still in ya is still in your heart and mind. Just call me still. Still in ya is still in your heart and mind. So, well, I like to think of him more as a grundle, Admiral Mighty Buffoon, in keeping with our previous discussion. I think you could call him a chundle. Anyway, the thing is, what you're saying is, if my penis is still inside your body, then I am still in your heart and mind as well. I would hope so. I would hope that if you're still inserted into someone's body, that they are both alive and at least noting that fact. Fabfest says, "Hey sir," and Boba Fett says, "Perineum Maximus." Kylie Melhorn points out that her name is Kylie. I keep the heart and mind out to view people's reactions. Huh. Well, I gotta tell you this. You're still in my heart and in my mind. So, congratulations. I'm not sure how long you will remain there. Probably not indefinitely, but nevertheless, quite a notable accomplishment to even temporarily be in my heart and mind. Kylie Malhorn, thank you for subscribing. Sky Mumford, you're so sweet. Can I have a shout out? Hello, Sky Mumford. I'm a mix of different flavors, to be honest. Some of me is sweet. I can be a little sour sometimes. I can be a little tart on occasion, as per the ways of Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze. I would like to think I'm rarely, if ever, bitter flavored. I try not to be bitter. I don't think I am. I obviously am very fortunate to have a good life. Happy wife, happy life. I don't really believe in that saying. I mean, it's true that obviously having a happy wife is, if you're going to have a wife at all, is critical to being happy overall. But I kind of a little question, a little iffy about that saying, because it seems like puts all the onus on one party, which is a little bit iffy from my perspective. Yeah, somebody flagging my channel for smoking is absolutely ridiculous. It happening 2 days in a row is doubly absolutely ridiculous. So I don't know what to say about that, except nah. I don't believe in that happy wife crap. I did it before, and only about them. What about me? Right? Well, Stelia, you remind me of my great band name idea that I've had for many years now. I still cling to the idea of it being a great band name. What about My Needs? Isn't that a great band name? What about My Needs? Right. Well, here's the thing also, though. Like in my current relationship, I am kind of all about making Rachel happy, but it's because, in part, she's all about being easy to please, not difficult, not demanding, not requiring a great deal in order to be happy, you know? So because she's that way, it's safe for me to be like to prioritize making her happy, because if she's not happy, then she's got plenty good reason to not be happy. The thing is, what you don't want to end up playing is happy wife, happy life with Prince's mom. Because Prince's mom, as you all may know, she's never satisfied. If you've got a never satisfied person, then happy wife, happy life is a sucker's game for sure, you know. I'm on my third wife, so believe me, I know, okay? I know because I'm on my third wife. Third and final, you know. Can somebody, do we have any mods here? Let me just hide this person. I don't feel like attempting that at the moment, Jack Bennett. I'll take your advice into consideration, but I wouldn't expect me to follow your advice. At this point, on my third wife, I just had to resign myself to the fact that I am not homosexual. I know, that's pretty homophobic of me, but I can't help it. I was born this way. Perhaps Lady Gaga said it best. I was born this way. Lady Gaga. Lady Gaga is a interesting case study in the cohabitation of good and horrible in the same art, in the same artist. She's got some good tracks, you know. She's got some songwriting talent. And at the same time, it's very easy for her to lose her way artistically. I'll tell you somebody who was extremely talented as a songwriter that we don't hear from anymore is Katy Perry. She's quite a talented songwriter. My band name is We Got the Sauce. Am I taking a piss? No, I'm not. I'm standing in the garage for healthful thermoregulation, which is to say, it's good to periodically expose yourself to mild thermoregulatory stress, which is to say, go in the garage where it's a little bit colder. Now I want you to enjoy this aloe plant. Go ahead, live it up. You can touch it. Yeah, it's got little spikes on it. After that, you don't have to like or agree with everyone. No, I don't think you do have to like or agree with everyone. I neither like nor agree with Marty Glenn. It's fair to say I strongly dislike and strongly disagree with Marty Glenn, thereby proving your axiom, at least, establishing, no, I mean proving it. You know, it just takes one example to prove that statement. So yeah. It's like the Rolling Stones once said, you can't always get what you want, but if you try sometimes, you can look at my aloe plant. Yes, well, I had to get one when I moved here because I moved up here to the mountains from Los Angeles. When I was in Los Angeles, my whole life, I'd always had I don't expect you to respond still, you. I can tell you're here. I can still feel you inside of my body throbbing away. Oh, wait. Actually, I think that's another poop coming. Never mind. That's not you. I had to get an aloe plant when I came up here because there wasn't one growing at the house we got, and I was without one for many months, and I had multiple instances where I wished I'd had one, little burns and stuff like that. You're not supposed to smoke the aloe. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I'll try not to smoke it. And so I just continue using these health tubes. I could live in the plant only if it is 420 friendly. Well, I do live in a very 420 friendly house, I should say. Rachel and I smoke a lot of weed. Well, Rachel doesn't really smoke weed. She smokes vapes, concentrate vapes, mostly. Have I ever been to Julian? Oh, yeah, I've been there. You mean down above San Diego? Yeah, I've been there. I stayed at that historic hotel, you know, in town. It was cool. We ate at some kind of fancy restaurant. This is back when I was drinking. So, of course, I was into wine, you know. But I remember that as actually a pleasant trip. I grew up in Julian. Wow, that's very rural. I currently live in a very rural spot, but this is a new phenomenon for me. Spent mostly my whole life in Los Angeles. I did live briefly in Shanghai, and I went to college in Santa Cruz. But other than that, I spent my whole life in Los Angeles, more or less. I guess I spent my first couple of years in Redding, California, as well. But regardless, I never lived anyplace rural like I live now. You know, my grandmother used to have this expression when we play like double solitaire or some other card game, which my grandmother and her brothers and sisters like to play card games like that. And anyway, in this context, if you went on a little run or something, my grandma would say, "Ooh, you're really going to town." I always thought it was a strange and silly expression. antiquated. Like, for example, she'd also say, "Ooh, I bet a nickel." Well, not very much to be betting. Anyway, now I understand what it means to say, "You're really going to town," because it takes us at least 40 minutes to get from our house to town properly. And it takes 25 minutes minimum to get to Boot Jack, which is the first little store. That's pretty isolated, you know? But, and it's like, we're so rural that one nice thing about it, it saves a lot of money. We have no accessibility to DoorDash, Uber Eats, anything like that. And none of the restaurants in the county have that, you know, like there aren't any drivers picking up food when you go to a restaurant. It's crazy. The whole county, we have no stoplights. Not one stoplight in the entire county. There's no municipal level government. It's just county level government. And it's low density population. It's a community that's very proud of itself, you know, which is not something I've experienced before, really. Is to live in a community that's very and justifiably proud of itself. Like, you know, the local paper, the Mariposa Gazette, which is the weekly paper that we get, is just a paragon of journalistic excellence. It's incredible. For example, there's this disturbing case at the high school involving the high school boys basketball team. I'm not exactly sure what's going on, right? I caught wind of it in some Fresno publication, but then I tried to read the story about it in the Gazette, and there wasn't any story yet. But finally, I got the paper yesterday because it comes in the mail, as well as getting digital access if you live in the county automatically comes with getting the paper in the mail. So anyway, finally I read the article on it, and it was like the author of the article was following along with my thinking regarding what all my questions were, when they'll be answered, why they aren't answered currently, etc. It was really impressive piece of journalism. Recent letters to the editor was this very informed woman, Ruth Sellers, I think her name was. But she was objecting to this one employee of the County Board of Supervisors, not even an actual supervisor, basically maneuvering the county into spending ever more money. And she objected to how many grant writers the county has in its current employ. The only article I've ever read about homelessness that actually addresses the only relevant consideration when talking about policy is the Mariposa Gazette, which actually referenced the Boise versus Miamiak case that the Supreme Court ruled on, that established that you can't remove vagrants from public spaces. Yo, bro, I'm back. Mystery 083. I haven't seen your bids or live in so long. Well, you're back and better than ever. She grew up in, what's it called? She just said it, but I forgot it already. Julian. Julian's this little town in Southern California. It's like a historic gold mining town or whatever, but now it's mostly agricultural interests around there. It's like if you live in California, say Southern California, like Los Angeles especially, it's a great weekend getaway vacation. You can drive down to not even all the way to San Diego, go up into the mountains, stay at this historic little hotel, and have dinner with your spouse or whatever. It's it's like Southern California's version of Mariposa, really. Mariposa is a lot like Julian. It's a single main drive that is just like rich with quaintness. Buy some overrated apple pie. Yeah. Well, in Mariposa we don't have like that kind of specific crop associated um with our area, but there is a Sierra cider. It's just down the road from us, actually, on Triangle Road, and they have an apple orchard. Rachel and I went there and went apple picking earlier in the fall and got some hot apple cider. Almost everything they sell there is alcoholic, and I don't drink alcohol, but yeah, where we currently live, if we lived in town, it would be like living um, in Julian. I'm always a little wary of small town dynamics when it comes to like kids growing up there, high school and stuff. A lot of people think it's better or safer, but the smaller the community, the less chance your kid has to find some place to fit in if they don't automatically fit in right away. Dimus, Limonimus. Hello. If I'm old man, are you what, young lady? I think I should start calling women young lady when I talk to them. Make them feel like they're dealing with a senior citizen. Well, young lady, I think I'll have one large soda pop to go. Okay, sir. Not better or safer. We moved to Chula Vista before I entered high school. Culture shock. Chula Vista, I believe, is between Irvine and Julian, if I'm not mistaken. But it could be south of Julian. I'm not sure. I'm 52. It's old for a YouTube live streamer, right? For somebody who live streams constantly like I do, it's it definitely is on the older side. I think larger I think schools inherently awful and evil because it's just youth prison camp. But I do think that larger school communities, like schools that have larger populations of students, afford more opportunities to find a place for people who aren't instantly popular and whatever. Only 2 years older than me. I'm sure you mean that. I am only 2 years older than you. You're 50? Congratulations. And what wife number are you on? As indicated, I'm on number 3. Third and final wife. Third time's the charm. I'm very happy with my current wife. I don't want any other wife. But I tell you, the whole process of trying to figure out, trying to be with uh, a woman, like as an LTR person, long term relationship, just slide me right into a long term relationship. Let's skip the dating part entirely, like that kind of guy. I can tell you, the first 47 years of trying different women to try to find one that fit that role of life partner, it definitely induced a fair amount of trauma. But I find all of that healing in my current healthy, happy relationship. When you find the right person, everything's easy squeezy. Rachel and I are never on the wrong page, we're always on the same page. There may be miscommunications on occasion, but we're always fundamentally on the same page. And it's like I have zero cause ever to get angry at her because um she's so she's not she's trying to be perfect all the time, you know. And I might say, well, that's not a good thing to have your partner trying to be perfect all the time. But what it is sort of unavoidable if your partner is an INFJ. And if your partner is an INFJ, they need a lot of general affirmation and help and support because here's one thing that INFJs are not: useful. INFJs are not useful people. You're not going to be like, why? I need to really do a better job of keeping up with my highly chore motivated INFJ spouse. Um, so, an INFJ is happiest when they are loved exclusively for who they are, when they have almost no expectations put on them, and when they're not subject to critique. INFJs don't handle criticism very well. But, I mean, in general, there is the truth that criticism kills love. Note, you're not supposed to love everybody. So, it doesn't mean you should never criticize, right? But it means that in a relationship, the idea of an intimate relationship, a romantic long-term relationship or whatever, is that's not the place for criticism, especially ontological criticism. So occasionally there's going to be some sort of whatever that your partner does that you feel the need to critique. Like, Rachel, can you stop eating chips and bread, please? Because I'm tired of sleeping on chip crumbs. And you can eat as much crap as you want in your bed upstairs. Why do you have to fill both beds with crumbs? So, okay, that's the sort of critique that's totally legitimate to make, okay? I was objecting to her behavior. No, what I did not say is, God, why are you such a slob or something like that, right? Because that would say there's some aspect of herself, her being, that annoys me. Instead, I point out that this behavior needs to stop because it's making me very annoyed. And she then stops the behavior because she doesn't want to annoy me. She doesn't internalize some notion that there's something wrong with her, that she's a slob or whatever. I don't feel that way. There's nothing wrong with her. She's doing her thing, being her, you know? And that's exactly what I want her to do. But that's why we have two beds, so that she can do her thing in her bed. And if she insists on eating chips in bed right now, then she can go do so upstairs. Or she can wait until she goes upstairs, or she can do what she does, which is she gets them and then puts a blanket on the floor and sits next to the bed and eats them. So that's the difference between behavioral critique and ontological critique. It's fine to critique people's behavior or their language. But if you truly love the person, you don't convey to the person that the thing you're critiquing is something implicit to who they are. You isolate from who they are, that behavior or those words. Why can't you just have a normal conversation? That's an ontological critique. That is not a behavioral critique or critique of specific words. That is formed in the form of a question, but is actually a statement that says, the way you converse with me is unacceptable to me, and others would agree because it's abnormal. That's definitely an ontological critique. And it's basically a complicated way of saying, I don't like you. Oops. Eric, push it one time only. There. Think of the crumbs as little reminders of her love. No. Neither of us like to have our SI messed with, you know. Rachel wants to sleep when she wants to sleep, be awake when she wants to be awake. And what that means is that, you know, at some point this morning I'll finish this live stream, hopefully make that video I'm talking about. And it's not that hard to make. It's just, it's like, it's an FI hurdle to get over because I don't like being triggered, I guess. And I find it very, it's like, in general, I try to avoid being exposed to horrible things. But in this instance, it's clear that in order to get it out of my head and thoughts, that I need to make this video. So I will do that today. Or else I'll just continue to fume and muse on live streams, which will not make it go away. I need to collect all my thoughts, put it together in a cohesive case, etc. It's just how I operate. That's how I roll. Caroline knows what my name is. His name is CJ. Hi, Donna Davis. Donna Davis from Delaware. And you point out Mandela effect things a lot. Let me be frank with you. That's CJ Johnson. Is that to say, let me be frank with you? Booger beard polish? No, this is a paperclip that I've unmyad, and I'm using it to pick at myself just for no particular reason. Who's CJ Johnson? Oh, there, I see. Is your name Frank? You look like a Frank. I could be Frank. You can call me that if you want to. Look, now I'm like one of those athletes with one of those nose things, except instead of opening my nose, it makes it more closed. Hi, Cadence Cole. My grandfather and grandmother, their last name was Cole, but it was spelled Kohl. And in fact, if you Google my grandfather, if you want a little bit of interesting, like this, ow. I do breathe a lot better, I gotta say. It's really opening up my nasal passages. My name is not Donna Davis, it is Adriana. Well, congratulations. I will say that did improve my nose breathing a lot. I believe they prefer to be called the Utes. You know that Bob Marley song, Dogman 13? That is your name. Donna Davis, it is your birthday today, at long last. You're 94 years young. I don't want to do that. I'm not sure where this influx of people instructing me to say that, GYATT. I'm not sure even how to pronounce it, let alone what it means. I probably should Google it and see what this trend is all about. No doubt it comes from TikTok. Spawning ground of awfulness. GYATT. How do you spell gate? GATE. How you doing, man? I'm doing well, thank you. I don't know who you are, but you're definitely not Mason. I will Google it. God damn it. Young people and their new trends. Always compelling me to Google things to understand. What is "gat" is a slang term for goddamn and is usually said in response to seeing an attractive woman. Well, you know what I have to say to that? Yeet. I just yeeted my hat. And you're all like, "gat." And I'm like, no cap. And then you're all like, sup? And I'm all like, same. And then you're like, this. Sounds like slang for look at that. I I saw a look. I was smashing in the Rari and smoking some dank. And then I'm all like, sup? And then she's like, yeet, and threw my drink out the window. And I'm all like, no cap? And she's like, no cap. And I'm like, dang, girl. Well, we was just smashing in the Rari. And our conversation continued accordingly in keeping with those words and ways. We listened to popular new music, including Doja Cat and Prof, and said, wow, we're really with it. We're really with it like the youths. Are you not excited for the Super Bowl? I am excited for the Super Bowl. Riz. What is Riz? Let me Google that one. Young people and their slang. All right, well, let me ask you this. Oh, short for charisma. I've actually Googled this one before. Forgot about it. Because, I brought my Riz. And I was all like, quiet flex, Chiefs fan here. Big E, you're a Chiefs fan? Well, I'm afraid to tell you, Big E, that I am a 49ers fan because that actually is my local football team. We're not that close to Santa Clara. We're a few hours away from it, but a little bit less than 3 hours probably. But it's the closest football team that we have to us. So I'm pretty excited about seeing the game. And I would say I think the 49ers on paper have a better shot to win. They should be favored, but I don't know if they are. But I'm gonna go with that boy Klaus. Okay, that boy Klaus has said before, and I think he's right. He's been proved right now on a couple of different occasions. He said, "Don't bet against Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs," and it's hard to dispute with that. That Patrick Mahomes fellow, he has had an incredibly successful record in the playoffs. When the going gets tough, the tough get going, as they say. And when the chips are down, Patrick Mahomes has State Farm to turn to. As does his teammate, Taylor Swift's boyfriend. I'm 52. Up your ass, up your ass. Omaha, Nebraska is up my ass. Where's my wife? She's in bed. If you could choose who would be the nicest person in the chat, I'm 52 years old. Yeah, I agree with, even though I want the Niners to win, I agree with that boy Klaus's assessment, which he said at the beginning of the playoffs. And apparently did sports betting in keeping with his rule here, which is don't bet against Mahomes in the playoffs. So, my pick here is I'm going to learn my lesson from previous weeks when I picked against Kansas City. My pick is I think Kansas City's going to win the game, but I want the Niners to win the game. Brock Purdy has looked hit and miss this postseason at best. More miss than hit on some. Last game looked pretty good, Christian McCaffrey's a beast, but the passing game has to open up the running game for the Niners. If the Niners are not going to loosen up the Chiefs' defense by running the ball down the Chiefs' throat. It's just not that kind of offensive line. It's a pass blocking offensive line. Dogman 13, will you please stop with your dadification of whatever? No me gusta, which is Spanish for I don't like it. Chilling with Cole. Am I chilling with Cole? Is Cole chilling with me? If so, does that make him and me we? The defense has got scored against average 27 points, and the Chiefs defense has got scored on only 17 points. Yeah, well, and I think that's another thing about the Niners team, the way they're put together. It's a team that's designed to play from ahead and to get out to an advantage where they can then keep their offense on the field for longer stretches of time. They can work the pass game, short pass game, into opening up the run, then work that combination of those two things into opening up those deep slants and stuff to Debo Samuels or deep, outs and stuff. So Brandon Ayuk or whatever. It needs to go well for the Niners from the beginning, I think. And if it does, then the Niners are a very good team at playing with the lead. I would send $50 if I could. Well, thanks, Cadence Cole. That's very nice of you to say. Zinc IQ. Hello, man. Hello, man. Mama never told me that menopause would include the Mandela effect. Wow. Lol, what a trip to find out the first half century of your life was filled with indoctrination into lies. Time to deprogram. Well, let me tell you about one of the things that seems to have disappeared from history all of a sudden that maybe you need to reprogram. I'm going to ask you kind of a personal question, then, Naikas. Do you ever feel not so fresh? If you do, I want you to look deep into your cabinet of the past and find yourself a package full of Summer's Eve by Massengill. Boy, that is a freshness that you just can't get from any other such product anywhere. If you're like me, the Naikas, you spent some portion of your teenagehood riding around on a yacht in the Chesapeake Bay, asking your mother, Mom, do you ever feel not so fresh? Which she immediately understands to mean, oh, honey, Do you have stinky puss? If so, use Summer's Eve by Messengill. And also, if you're like me, the night you kids, you spend some time with your girlfriend with a cup of coffee like this, and it was International Foods Cafe Francais. Mm. Oh, remember Pierre at that cafe by the Eiffel Tower? Oh, this takes me right back. I want to give you credit, now you guys, um, for your excellent joke. I'm gonna restate it, but regarding the yachting commercial in the Chesapeake Bay with a mother and daughter yachting by themselves to discuss vaginal hygiene. Uh, that explains all the seagulls. And excellent joke, wonderfully conceived, and deserving of. That's right, a wonder point. You just got yourself a wonder point. Congratulations. They don't get handed out that frequently. So, you know, it's like a Tootsie Pop. Don't bite into it right away. Just let it melt away till you get to the chewy center. Don't be like the owl in the Tootsie Pop commercial. In other words, wonder points are things you suck on. I've got my mouth full of them right now. That's where your wonder point came from, actually. There you go. Okay. I loved Fabio too before he got hit in the face. Well, I remember seeing all those books in the supermarket with his flowing hair and stuff. And, and I just thought, like, this is so strange. Who would read this? That was what I was thinking is like, who in the world would read this book if this picture is supposed to be representative of what goes on in the book? He's like holding her up like this, and she's all wet, maybe, and he's pulling her out of the ocean. Like, okay, I don't want to read. I don't want to read that book at all. But what I've learned is that, in fact, women like to read those kind of books just because they were not of interest to me at all. I just couldn't understand, like, who reads this? This book with this picture of this guy with the long hair on. Like, they must not make any money on these books. Nobody must read those. But in fact, I just wasn't, I was just projecting my frame of reference. I didn't get the fact that women like different kinds of stories sometimes. Natalie says hi, and I say, hello, Natalie, and welcome to Talking with Famous People. You live in Colonial Williamsburg? Congratulations, Donna Davis. I've been to Colonial Williamsburg. Do you dress up as a butter churner? That's your job. That'd be great. I'm a butter churning reenactor is a great job title for somebody to have. I think we could all appreciate having that job title. Adam says hi. Or maybe you're saying hi. As in, yes, sensei. I understand and will comply. Because hi is not the normal way of saying yes in Japanese. You're much more likely to You're much more likely to hear them say wakata. Okay. Thank you all for being you smile often. Thank you all for being you smile often. See you. I miss living in the state for lovers. I used to hang out in Williamsburg a lot with my children. Perhaps it's time for me to revisit them. In answer to Big Thirsty's question, no. Which bombaclat or oh, Jesus. What now I got more words I gotta Google. Okay, I've Googled Riz. I've Googled okay, so it says it literally means butt cloth, but is used to swear at people or because something's fucked up, etc. Why do all these bombaclots crowd around me? Bombaclot is used in so many ways that I've understood it becomes part of a sentence vibe. All right. Now, the other one I got the Riz part. I got to look what skibidi means. I should just Google these things right away. What's up with all these people using skibidi as an adjective? Sorry, this post was deleted by the person who originally posted it. Why? What is skibidi Riz? Skibidi comes from a series of extremely popular YouTube videos titled Skibidi Toilet. The word skibidi comes from the song played in the video, which is a remix of the song Give It To Me and Dom Dom Yes Yes. It's basically a nonsense word. It doesn't mean anything. The word Riz is from charisma. If someone can woo the ladies, you say, hey man, you have Riz. Skibidi's just noise. Skibidi Riz. Well, listen, you bombaclats can knock it off with this skibidi. Okay? I got too much Riz for that. Sticking your ass out for a charming person and being a Sigma male? Well, not really not particularly my way of being. Nothing like brain breakers this early in the morning, lol. I need more coffee for this. Yo, this guy did 9/11. Looks like he's going to do it again. By this guy, do you mean me? I do assure you that I am not responsible for 9/11. I appreciate you vigilantly looking for the perpetrators. Clapping cheeks, huh? Anyway, the other night I was clapping cheeks thanks to all my Riz. And some bomb class started spewing some skibidi. So I was like, You watch any YouTubers? No. I mean, I do. I watch YouTube, but I don't really watch any YouTubers. Okay, so, like the other day I was watching these videos on lost media. I really want to know. I want to know who it is that made Like the Wind or Blind the Wind. It's such a weird song because you can't understand any of the words. Brian S. Stabley, Dose of Reality, is my favorite researcher on Mandela effects. He's very thorough. Well, yeah, Mandela effect is interesting. It certainly is interesting. Would you rather watch a tree grow? Leonard Jr., I'd rather hide you. It's a whole saga, the skibidi toilet. I will look up Brian S. Stabley on YouTube. See if it's something I want to watch. Is it called Dose of Reality with Brian S. Stabley? Is that what it's called? It's a dose of reality with Brian S. Stabley. Welcome to the show. Three more grocery stores simultaneously falling for the exact same psyop. And then cut to the time and the turmeric. Turmeric? Is that what that spice is called? Well, I'm curious. He's got 660 views in one day. Is the Mandela effect changing scripture to push the corona psyop? I don't think so. Meow. Well, he was certainly right about this. Title is a great title. Searching for the Pandemic in the City of Angels. Yeah, seriously. Where was this big strain on the healthcare system that we were supposed to have been experiencing when the hospitals are completely empty? Josie says, with a UMMMMMMMM. He's quite censored. Well, I'm not. I'm not censored by YouTube. So good for me. That makes me the winner of the not being censored contest. And him, the loser. He didn't even know we were in that contest. Now he does. what's crazy is even though none of us remember it, we always were in that contest. Mandela effect. So keep that in mind. I can't read those scribble scrabbles. Rise Above Live, 120. Mandela Effect, Shiva Shampoo, and Brian Stabley. Do you remember Proper pH? Proper pH, as I remember it, was basically you know how they used to say about secret before the courts forced them to stop saying it? They used to say, strong enough for a man, but pH balanced for a woman. Well, back when MTV was first coming out, whenever that was, I remember finding funny or disliking a lot, one of the two, this commercial for Proper pH, which was, as I recall it, basically like secret, but marketed towards teens or younger people. But it seems to me when I tried to look it up before, the only thing I could find was stuff on like an anti-zit medication. I never have been able to find Proper pH, like the commercial for Proper pH. I'm not sure exactly how they spelled Proper. I haven't looked in quite a long time, but so maybe, I don't know. I remember I at least tried Googling it or something, or looking on YouTube for it on a couple of, at least one occasion, but being unable to find it. Of course, I've had a couple of interesting lost media cases myself that are just straight up normal lost media cases. I don't mean to represent them as anything weird or anything, but like we did, maybe I don't remember how this was tracked down. Maybe it was me, maybe it was someone else. I had this song that I remembered from high school that I'm not even sure if I was in this health class myself. I think my girlfriend may have been in the health class and had sung the song to me, and that's where I learned it from. But I may have been in the health class. I'm not entirely sure. And it's this song, cold water, it's a watery grave. And I wanted to track it down. So we eventually did figure out that it was probably, although I haven't confirmed it by listening to it, that it was probably on this one educational film contemporaneous to the time, produced by the Canadian Outdoor, Safety Commission or whatever. And it's about the dangers of cold water. So it's probably that video, that movie. But you can only get it, like, to get actual film from some university in Canada. It's not easy to acquire. If I had to just like pay a fee and then they send me the file of it, that'd be one thing. But if I have to go to Canada, like check it out on a film strip and look at it in the library or something, obviously that's not gonna happen. I don't need to hear it that badly. Lol with basketball. Gregory is a very catchy song. I hum it, even though I don't know all the words. And well, the words are just, he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. And it goes around and around like that. And then the other part says, he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied the chance to yell at them. Not that you're going to remember them all of a sudden, but it might be easier to hear them if I wasn't singing it, you know. Thank you for the compliment. I appreciate it. And, you know, I got to say, I feel like the episode of Star Wars entitled A New Hope. In part because, oh shit, I forgot about my health tubes problem. Well, turn it around. In part because vertical streaming has put me on the shorts feed some of the time, at least. I get a fair number of new eyes, views on and stuff from people who may be otherwise unfamiliar with me. So that makes me feel like, okay, well, maybe there's a purpose in playing some songs and seeing how people respond to them. And people seem to respond consistently quite well. It could be something that, you know, provides a little momentum that I've never really had before. I still find it strangely hard for me to believe in my own music. I think mostly because all of life has told me that it's not good enough to succeed on its merits. However, that may be obviously that's continually changing slowly over time, right? As I've improved. And it's definitely not the case that everyone improves over time. There are plenty of artists, songwriters, whatever you want to call them, that get worse over time. But I'm not typologically thus inclined. I already scooped this fucking cat box once this morning. I got to scoop it again already. Will you cats just stop going to the bathroom so much, please? Alright. I guess I might as well sweep it up and put it back in the box. Okay, I call this yoga pose cleaning up after trouble. trouble likes to, before using a litter box, he likes to kick out a bunch of cat litter onto the ground for no reason. Except for one reason, because he's trouble. Nothing but trouble. He is troublesome as Captain Troubles of the Difficulty Squad. Yes, he is. Now you gotta make it flat, of course, because nobody but nobody likes unflattened cat litter. All right, there. Now we've done our important work. Truly, I have attained the level champion. Champion of justice, champion of truth, champion of good cat hygiene. You want to look outside? Let's look outside. Well, we're all dressed up in our warmies. We might as well check out what outside looks like. Yep. Still snow everywhere. That's as far as my car got in the driveway last night. I only got that far and I got stuck trying to come back in. And I said to myself, what a wonderful world. And I said to myself, fuck it, we'll just leave it right here. So I said to myself, actually, TBT, truth be told, it's like, everyone was like, damn, that boy got riz. And that was all like, skibidi riz. Get. Those chablaka blackas, what's the other word? Not chablaka blacka, but those mianas are miana mamia, you know? And I'm just like, yeah, this is some crispy snow. Yesterday, when last I was outside, in the daytime anyway, the snow was not crispy, it was slushy. Now it's crispy. Which is exactly how I like my corned beef hash. Crispy. Extra crispy. And made deliciously by the fine people at Steve's Sportsman's Cafe. Cafe and home decor museum. It has a lot of stuff on the walls, in other words. Got a bear pelt in there, a deer head. Got a sign that says, firearms are welcome. If necessary, good marksmanship is appreciated. It's a cool little restaurant. I enjoy eating there. The lady knows us. I don't know her name, but she always says, hey, you two. We've never exchanged names or whatever. But that's fine. It's like, what am I? Into collecting names? No, I'm not into collecting names. And suddenly, off in the distance, the sky pinkened with the dawning morning. the sun rising, providing illumination to the sparse clouds drifting through the cold mountain air, resulted in a quietness that our protagonist had ne'er before felt, and filled him now with wonder. "Paul," said Sophia. "Oh, I'm sorry, Sophia. I was lost in my thoughts." "Paul," Sophia proceeded forward, "do I what, Sophia?" asked Paul, his attention now squarely on the woman beside him. "Paul," said Sophia, do you think maybe—" "What is it? What is it that's bothering you, Sophia?" exclaimed Paul. Instant literature. If you think literature is stupid, correct. You got the answer correct. Paul, what is it, Sophia? Paul, do you feel as I do? At this, Paul pulled back. What exactly was Sophia saying? Was she referring to the temperature? Sure, he was as cold as she. Why would they be differently temperatured? After all, each donned a sweater, slacks, and a bright red woolen scarf, along with the latest in lycra headwear. As if reading his thoughts, Sophia said, "No, Paul, I'm not talking about the temperature." This book I just wrote, in the process of writing, I call the story of Paul and Sophia. It goes on like that for chapters and chapters. What? I'm talking about a feeling deep in your heart. Slowly, Paul placed his hand to his chest. Thump, thump, beat the heart beneath. "I do feel it, Sophia," said Paul, now quietly, at long last, understanding what Sophia had meant. "What I feel?" Yes, Paul," prompted Sophia, "is emotion." At that, Sophia felt as though a dam had burst within her, erupting into a righteous and overjoyed sobbing. "Oh, Paul," she said in her most exclamatory voice, "hold me." And then they fucked. And that's the story of Paul and Sophia. And that's how it ends. And then they fucked. This here's a little story about Paul and Sophia. Yeah, this cat is like a dog. This cat is the most dog-like cat I've ever encountered. Oh, Paul. I just can't stop saying your name. Paul. It feels like flavor in my mouth. Paul. I too, Sophia, enjoy saying Paul. Let's both say it, shall we? Paul. Paul. They said in unison. Oh, do let's name our child Paul as well. Paul Jr. I like the sound of that. But what if we have a girl? We could still name her Paul. Capillo's not camera shy so much as Capillo is trouble shy. Trouble is such a bully. He tries to like chase her away and stuff. It's horrible. I try to stop him, like if I catch him going to do it, I say Trouble, and I'll even throw a lighter at him sometimes. But you know, he's way more vigilant about being a dick than I am about policing it. That's the problem. I mean, you know, he'll position himself in places where Capillo, like, he'll police this area here when she's upstairs so that he can always see her when she comes downstairs. It's horrible. Yes, he's fixed, but you can take the trouble out of the street, but you can't take the street out of the trouble, okay? And he's got a very street way of dealing with it. He's a toxic guy, you know. We have in our family our own toxic person who's unfortunately, you know, bringing unnecessary negativity, aggression, violence, demandingness, and a bunch of other things into our life that we don't need or want. But, you know, unfortunately, we love the cat very much, even though he's a dick. So, you know, you're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. It's like having a kid who turns out bad, like the bully or whatever. Obviously, you'd prefer your cat to not be a dick, but it's not like you can. I can't train that cat. I couldn't even successfully prevent that cat from annexing my family. We didn't ever want that cat. And he just forced himself on us. Where could I possibly have left my jacket? It's weird. There aren't that many places to lose a jacket. Oh, there it is. But you know, I don't get as frustrated as I used to about misplacing things. I just walk around until I stumble upon it, you know. Oh, there it is. Now you want to go outside, huh, big guy? You forced me to watch you eat for the required 30 total minutes or whatever. Not really that long, but now you want to go outside. Fine. Be that way. Be that way and every other way concurrently. Do I contradict myself? So I contradict myself. I am large. I contain multitudes. You're fucking dumbass piece of turd, Walt Whitman. That's what you are. A dumbass piece of turd. As you can see, getting out of here yesterday, I had to shovel a bunch of snow out of the way of the car and out of the tires, kind of. But my car is poorly designed for snow. It's got a low clearance already. Snow's the one thing that makes me kind of wish I had a truck instead of a car. It's not inconceivable. You know, when this car breaks down, you get a truck. Get some, refurbished Toyota from 2005 or something. Drive that into the ground, and then at that point I'll finally be ready to get my final car, which will be a limousine, a giant limousine that I won't ever ride in the back of. I just drive it. Oh, sure, you might say, I think you've got the point of a limousine wrong, Eric. But I might say, shh. And then what would you do? You wouldn't have anything you could do. You'd just be like, damn, I got burned. Please provide me some aloe. Let's look over here and see if there's any animal tracks in the snow. I like to look and see if we had any overnight wintertime visitors or whatever. I don't see any. I see a trouble bubble being troublesome. I see a chair covered in snow. Let's see. Now with gush control, do you know that always, thank God, not only features a product with wings, which they have for quite some time, but I believe it's always anyway, now features a product that provides gush control. So even on your heaviest flow days, when the blood is literally gushing from between your legs like a raging torrent, like the Mississippi swollen after winter rains, your blood diaper will catch it all. I can't overstate how delighted I was to encounter this commercial for the first time and to know that now a factor to consider when making my tampon purchases or pad or whatever purchases is gush control. Can it handle my level of gushery? Because my vaginal blood sploosh splash parties have, a fire hydrant like jet of gush flowing forth. It'll literally knock you over. Quit fire hosing me with your vaginal blood. That's not my kind of sploosh splash party. Jag är så samma sig by Massengal. Too late for that, Tiffany. Too late for that. Looks like the scene of a slaughter around here already. And this isn't even one of my heavy flow days. I immediately overwhelmed the gush control promised by this feminine hygiene product. They're trying to pour a swimming pool into a bucket. The crows up here sure are big. You can tell them apart from hawks in part because crows almost never glide. They're always flying, whereas hawks do a lot more gliding. That's one way you can tell them apart. But you can't tell them apart just by looking at the size. If you can see them clearly enough, then you can see the detail, like the difference in the beak or whatever. But like when a crow will fly, a big crow will fly by kind of near where I'm standing, I'll hear this of its wings. They're very powerful, big flying, powerful flyers. They're big flying power flyers. There's the deck. Another year, another bunch of snow, but fortunately not as bad as last year. You know, over time, the wetness and the weight start to warp the, it started to warp the deck. Started to sink a little bit, you know. I mean, whatevs McGevs, it's still structurally sound, like it's not going to fall over, but if I were super responsible, I'd shovel away all of this snow. Get out of here, y'all. Why you die? Let's put all this white fall over the place. Are we trying to save the wilderness? Yeah, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to save the wilderness. Because Daddy don't like no hairy pits. You know, interestingly, Rachel's maiden name, last name, means hairy woman. Lapaloosa. Isn't that fascinating? Messi or Ronaldo? Messi, of course. I'm not playing Minecraft again, but I kind of want to play Minecraft again. Where we wept. Mr. FIFA says, yo, Messi or Ronaldo. Ronaldo's all washed up. And even when he wasn't, he was a little overrated. And he really took a hit in that last World Cup when he tried to take credit for someone else's, one of his teammates' goals. It's ridiculous. Who's that shit poster guy? I don't know. Hi, Desiree Winters. What's that word again? Like bombaclats or whatever? That people have been saying? I want to make sure to increase my riz, my skibidi riz, so something flaps. Also, cheek clap. Cheek clapping is, you know, hitting skins like, man. Another term I learned this morning. I'd learned riz before, but I'd forgotten what it was. Now I know. I've got as much riz as Jimmy Rizzo, King of Riz. El Nino, my ass. You call the storms. Where is the rain? Don't count, I drizzle more. When I be in the sink. Actually, you have to be homosexual to come here. It's required. And I will go up there and take me a bucket and pour water inside. And I'll say, hey, Mr. Cloud, drop it from the bottom. Hey, Mr. Cloud, won't you drop it from the bottom? Hey, Mr. Cloud, drop it from the bottom on me. And my glide flaps. Glide flaps. I forgot about glide flaps. Glide flaps is one of Mayan Shanktopus's compatriots, I think. Oh, well, he's... Hi, Lily. How's it going? How's your Skibidi Riz doing? Oh, well, he's Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, friendliest guy that you will see. Yes, he wants to be your friend, but he comes from around the bend, so it will be a while till he sees you again. He's Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, he's a friend to you and me. He's International Delight's favorite go-to right-hand guy. He's international like him and also busy like his friend the beaver bee. Busiest creature, busy as the bee, busy as a beaver, and so much busier than Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze. Well, he's Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, shabba-doo-ba-da-ba-ba-doo-da. Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, shabba-doo-ba-day. Yes, he's Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, shabba-doo-ba-da-ba-ba-doo-da. Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, shabba-doo-ba-day. And if you go to visit him for starts, remember to bring something sour or tart. He's not a fan of sugary treats because he's Pucker Tart and not Pucker Sweet. Well, he's Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, the friendliest guy that you will see. Yes, he wants to be your friend, but he comes from around the bend, and it will be a while till he sees you again. Pucker Tart. Obviously, I don't quite have that song memorized. I need to get this part down. And if you go to visit him for starts, remember to bring something sour or tart. He's not a fan of sugary treats because he's Pucker Tart and not Pucker Sweet. And if you go to visit him for starts, remember to bring something sour or tart. He's not a fan of sugary treats because he's Pucker Tart and not Pucker Sweet. Okay, that's how it goes. Let's see if I can successfully play Gregory in Disguise from memory. A song that I'm still in the process of memorizing, I guess. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied the chance to yell at them. And now he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied the chance to yell at them. Until the bridge brings a new approach. Sneakily he'll try to encroach up on the guilty, then perhaps he'll get the chance to yell at them. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize he's Gregory in disguise. Well, that was executed okay. You know, something I don't have super practiced or memorized. Here's another one that I'm still getting down, but I used to have down a long time ago quite well. This is an old song of mine, actually. It's the second night when you start to feel strange and you're wondering if the range is on. Sending sparks to soar in the kitchen sky, where she stores the chai above the sleeping forms of vivid mind figurines of Western lonely types. They lie beneath a million running suns. They're rugged and they're done with the actual night. It's the second night when you start to feel strange and you're wondering if the range is on. Sending sparks to soar in the kitchen sky. An actual night. Is there no top to the dark up above the shelves, where she stores the chai above the sleeping forms of vivid mind figurines of Western lonely types? They lie beneath a million running suns. They're rugged and they're done with the actual night. That was pretty good. That was pretty good, not too bad. Everything considered. Pretty good, not too bad. Everything considered. Okay. Yeah. All right. Let's try this little songaroo here. Santa Ana's from the east are blowing, driving on this mountain fire. So Grant and Lana had best be going. They had cut it down to the wire. Everywhere apocalypse hung heavy, and the truck was piling with ash. Lana got the dogs in the Chevy, and Grant counted out their petty cash. If times are ending, then time is bending. Flames rain down from the sky. Oh, while the dogs knock out with Grant exhausted, Lana stays awake to cry. 120 out, but Labor Day, and that means cooking meat outdoors. Guy got distracted and fire got away. Now from Bradford to Arcadia, they curse his name. Fire chased them west and down the incline until they reached the foothills below. They found a room cheap for the night online. At least now they had someplace to go. Tomorrow they'd evaluate their options now that their life had burned away. Well, Lana's sister has a place in Laughlin. Wasn't really any more to say. If times are ending, then time is bending. Flames rain down from the sky. While the dogs knock out with Grant exhausted, Lana stays awake to cry. While the dogs knock out with Grant exhausted, Lana stays awake to cry. As opposed to, for example, watching TV. Might be another reason why one might stay awake. Now let's play Amelia. Amelia, go from this place. Take unto you the details of your case. Amelia, when you rise up above, floating ahead and soaring like a dove, what will they say when they look at you then, moving sideways in the space you're in, and staring sidelong with your thirsty grin? Amelia, can't you see, you and I will never be. Amelia, yet you're still free, with too much opportunity to leave out in the rain. Amelia, Amelia, we're watching you fail for sure, no matter what we do. Amelia, when you rise up above, floating ahead and soaring like a dove, what will they say when they look at you then, moving sideways in the space you're in, and staring sidelong with your thirsty grin? Amelia, can't you see, you and I will never be. Amelia, yet you're still free, with too much opportunity to leave out in, too much opportunity to leave out in, too much opportunity to leave out in the rain. Amelia, pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. Well, Sammy has a story that need be told, and this is a song for an open road, and such a thing must always do its job. She married up Jeb and turned 19, 4 years in and 3 kids weaned, weary now and questioning the path. Agency outpaces discretion, locking in our courses, way too young. The urgency confirmed is really just depression, making sure those underneath them always run. When Doug at 20 thought urban fun, and likewise Doug at 21, and so forth well up into middle age. Well, once it seemed to set him free, became his whole identity. Now Doug's about another drunken rage. Agency outpaces discretion, locking in our courses, way too young. The urgency conferred is really just depression. They'll offer you incentive, but they haven't got a thing that's fun. Everybody's panicked about the kids. Lock 'em up with dexedrine. Mathematics to produce success, or impose more unjust duress. Agency outpaces discretion, locking in our courses, way too young. The agency conferred is really just depression, making sure those underneath them always run. Without consent, it's really just oppression by parasites surviving on their wages earned by lying, while they feed their fear of dying. Yeah, they feed upon the futures of the young. That's a pretty slamming rendition of that, really. I'd say that had a lot of skibidi riz. You're living on a time frame I will never know. Alienation and humanity's soul. Imagine you a future after the collapse, returning to the urgency of isolated past. You're picturing community free of metaphysics, and you're hunting buffalo while you're picking red delicious. Knowledge of the seasons, wisdoms of old. Fires burning through the night to keep away the cold. Hostility is kept at bay by what you think is in the way of life as children of the land, with an agave weatherman. You're imagining a history that never could have been, cause you look direct to college, advancement is a sin, lamenting disconnection in every corporate act, asserting all your feelings and ignoring all the facts. Hostility is kept at bay by what you think is in the way of life as children of the land, with an agave weatherman. You find modernity just so banal. Wish you had been born any time but now, and your experience won't run afoul of exceptions that you allow. You visualize nobility sipping on some port, or tribes of peaceful savages in beautiful comport. But few of history's people ever thusly did cavort, 'cause life was solitary, nasty, brutish, poor, and short. Hostility is kept at bay. Hostility is kept at bay by what you think is in the way. What you think is in the way of life as children of the land. With an agave weatherman. With an agave weatherman. That was executed pretty well. Considering yeah. Oh, he came here with her, and what's the big problem that you can't endure? You seem so sure it's not appropriate claiming to blame things on Scott. Despite getting caught, he's got you refraining for him, straining for him, going to the gym to make yourself good enough again. Yeah, you guys both have louds invested. That's not a reason to stay around. Through the years, you've both been tested. And time to move up, find higher ground. Oh, he came here with her. And what's the big problem that you can't endure? You seem so sure it's not appropriate claiming to blame things on Scott. Despite getting caught, he's got you refraining for him, straining for him, going to the gym to make yourself good enough again. Be done with him. Well, that was fine. If you like things that are shitty, it was better than shitty, but I messed up a little. My voice is kind of shot, you know, as usual. I don't take great care of my voice. No good comes from skating on with them whom you'd mistaken for the one. Habituated defense and indecency self-inflicts eventually once your search is done. Driving in the car last night, we had a massive fight. Each insisting we were right and the other one to blame. So when you pulled that stunt, I screamed something awfully blunt. My words were as wrong as they were dumb, and I've earned my share of shame. It's each of our own failings, not us doing the nailing to the wall. We fear so the others sailing off to reset their life and all. You can trust me and I can trust you, though neither trusts ourselves much true. The love lies deep between you and me, at least about that we can both agree. Driving in the car last night, we had a nasty fight. Each insisting we were right and the other one to blame. So when you pulled that stunt, I screamed you're a worthless cunt. My words were as wrong as they were dumb, and I've earned my share of shame. my share of shame. Yeah, I got quite a few songs that I can play. Put together quite a decent sized set of all songs that I think are worth playing. Pretty crazy, really. We need to know. We need to see. We need to pen happenings down by our means to judge our logic to life we divisively unlike and from which we'll rarely budge. People everywhere gather up, enemies outraged at how they miss a sign. How do they set their priorities? These foreign backstabbing entities, ensuing heartache and misery follow necessarily from their savage ways. Insulting Carson and Desiree, we're stuck with such petty larceny. We all partition the records and call it destruction of the whole damn world. Judy shares now her limits, hoping Julie will too. Jerry shares for 4 minutes. He just can't share things like they do. Judy always thought that she should have bought to when she had the chance to buy. Julie soon forgot about should and ought, although she ought recall she'll die. People everywhere gather up, enemies outraged at how they missed a sign. How do they set their priorities? These foreign backstabbing entities, ensuing heartache and misery follow necessarily from their savage ways. Insulting Carson and Desiree, we're stuck with such petty larceny. We all partition the referees and call it destruction of the whole damn world. Boom. That was good. Probably, I didn't sing it well because, like I said, my voice is shot, but I played it about as well as I'm going to play it, as far as the guitar goes. Let me get a sip of beverage. Of course, I'm trying to play quietly, which also hinders me somewhat because Rachel's asleep, It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody yet to show. Place the slabs below. Let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue. Tears gnashing through. A holy slabs come to view. Unchangingly true. Eternally new. Oh, when the slope appears in charge today. Options at large show other ways. Take a chance now. Once quick to check, but don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents a fork. It's not easy stopping short. Too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force. Enemy ground, enemy ground. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody yet to show. Place the slabs below. Let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue. Tears gnashing through. Holy slabs come to view. Unchangingly true. Eternally new. And when the slope appears in charge today, options at large show other ways. Take a chance now, one's quick to check, but don't get caught standing on deck. The sub presents a fork, it's not easy stopping short, too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed ever north, now there's a fitter force, enemy ground, enemy ground. That was good. That felt really good. Felt like juicy juice and the juice times surprise. Which is one of my favorite feelings, actually. Juicy juice and the juice times surprise. It's a great feeling. I'm going to play the beginning of this cover until I forget how it goes. We met someone at the dog show. She was holding my left arm, but everyone was acting normal, so I tried to look nonchalant. We both said, I really love you. The Shriners loaned us cars. We raced up and down the sidewalk 20,000 million times. Why did they send her? Send her. I don't remember. Why did they send her over anyone else? How should I react? These things happen to other people. They don't happen at all. In fact, when you're following an angel doesn't mean you have to throw your body off a building. When you're following an angel doesn't mean an angel calling you the nicest thing. I heard they had a space program. When you sing, you can't hear. There's no air. Sometimes I think I kind of like that, and other times I think I'm already there. I'm gonna ask for my admission. Gonna speak to the man in charge. But everybody says he's on another line. Can I hold for a long, long time? I found out she's an angel. I don't think she knows I know. I'm worried that something might happen to me if anyone ever finds out. Why did they send her over anyone else? How should I react? These things happen to other people. They don't happen at all. In fact, when you're following an angel, doesn't mean you have to throw your body off a building. Calling you an angel, calling you an angel, the nicest thing. I heard they have a space program, and you can't hear, there's no air. So they might be giant song. Kind of hard to sing all those words, you know. Unless you're some kind of super singer with superpowers, then it's a different story. Jazzy times, jazzy day, let's enjoy our jazzy ways, and together we'll have jazzy times forever. Call that song Jazzy Times, Jazzy Ways. It's a wonderful hit song of mine that I just made, that I hope everybody enjoys so much. One more and then I'm going to call it quits. You might call me a rambling man, 'cause I do a lot of thumbing and kicking cans. It won't do an answer good to call me names. My daddy was a Whaley Woodrow. I wasn't born and raised in no ghetto, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Well, I'm gonna find me a wealthy woman in a line of work that's gonna take my diploma, 'cause I ain't got much to lose and lost the game. You might call me a good time fella, but I ain't no black and I ain't no yellow, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they giving. I'm proud and white and got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. It's my boy looking for a place to do my thing. Small town boy, been around a little, and I like guitar and I like the fiddle, 'cause that's the kind of soul that defend my flame. Blue-eyed, Billy, feared and ready. I got to work just to be somebody. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. And I don't want no handout living, I don't want any part of anything they giving. I'm proud and white and got a son to sing. Well, I said a few things and I admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Well, I wanna know. That's a fun song to play. It's also a shitty thing to not be able to remember that very simple thing right there. D, E flat, A, B, B, E. Sometimes simple things just escape your remembering for whatever reason. Going to the love. Going to the low, up mountain, going to the low, far from the city below. Going to the low, up mountain, going to the low. Drive up these windy roads, mountain sunshine on the trees, far above the smoky city. Mountain sunshine on the trees. Oh, mountain sunshine on the trees. Far above the smoky city. Mountain sunshine on the trees. I'm going to the low. Up mountain, going to the low. Far from the city below. Going to the low. Up mountain, going to the low. Up on the windy rise, mountain sunshine on the trees. Far above the smoky city, mountain sunshine on the trees. Mountain sunshine on the trees. Far above the smoky city, mountain sunshine on the trees. At the loaf. The loaf, a place where you get to go to the mountains.
It may have been Camelot for Jack and Jacqueline, but in the Che Guevara highway, filling up with gasoline, Fidel Castro's brother spars a rich lady who's trying her disappointment, so he goes over and he's trying to sympathize with her, but he thinks that he should warn her that the third world is just around the corner. In the Soviet Union, a scientist is blinded by the resumption of nuclear testing, and he is reminded that Dr. Robert Oppenheimer's optimism fell.
The first hurdle. In the cheese pavilion, and the only noise I hear is the sound of someone stacking chairs and mopping up spilled beer and napping in the and basking in the light of the 15 fun-filled minutes with the founding writer. One leap forward, two leaps back. Will politics give me the rap? Waiting for the great leap forwards. It's a Billy Bragg song. It's funny, it's one of the earliest covers I learned how to play, and so as a consequence, I guess I remember the whole thing better than I would if I, say, learned to cover now. I also was a big Billy Bragg fan back when he was coming out like as a new artist, you know, mid to late 80s. He was an excellent songwriter in an era of not great songwriting. Now he's hit and miss like everybody, you know. But cover a Michael Jackson song right out. I don't know any Michael Jackson songs on as a cover to play. I could tell you this. We got to be starting something, got to be starting something, got to be starting something, got to be starting something. Yeah, these when I was a teenager, and you know, accordingly, that's what, because there wasn't that much music available back in the day, you know. You know, I could probably sing much of a Dead Kennedys songs to you, at least one or two of them, you know, like efficiency and progress arise once more. Now that we have the neutron bomb, it's nice and clean and quick things done. Away with excess. No, nothing. Kill the poor. Kill the poor. I agree. The guy, Jello Biafra seems pretty dead. Seems pretty ENTP to me as well. You could say ENFP, but his highly critical attitude towards kind of the frat boyish culture of the late 80s was very ENTP. And yeah. Rick Wakeman, eat your heart out. I like short songs. Yeah, I actually got a ticket in college one time to go see Jello Biafra speak, and they pulled a switcheroo on us, and he was they weren't able to get him after all, and so instead they got that much less desirable to hear speak guy from Black Flag, whatever his name is. I forget his name at the moment. I forgot about pulling the phone antenna with your teeth. La 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 la. Yeah, I've forgotten about that as well. I guess there was a time when I probably had a phone that required me to do that. I don't really recall because I guess over the years I've had a lot of phones. I've never been into to phones either. I don't like my phone in general. I have to put on glasses to read it. I tell you this much though, Rachel loves her phone a lot. Maybe because I monopolized the big screen TV. Yeah, Rollins, uh, Henry Rollins. I didn't enjoy that talk very much. I found it like, I don't know, like stop trying to like motivate me or something or whatever you're trying to do. Stop trying to engage me emotionally in ways that I find slightly condescending. What it boils down to. You type personality through brain scan. Yeah, you can you. I think it's plausible that you might be able to do that. I think it's likely even, but I don't think that Dario Nardi can do that because you have to have both sides of the equation established. You got to have the correct um, the correct understanding of cognitive functions and type. You've got to have identified that person as meow type correctly. You've got to understand what kind of questions and testing prompts what kind of attentional response, etc. If you don't have all that theory in place, then you're wildly premature in collecting data. Of course he didn't. Do you allow people to sample your music and other songs, like modifying it to the point it becomes something else? Sure, people can. I'm not. I'm not a copyright whore. I do believe I have copyright on my stuff, but unless somebody is like expressly and explicitly ripping me off, like pretending one of the songs that I wrote is their song and then making money off of it, it's what I would say really a better analogy might be, although I like where you're going with that, Chris Chapman, would be it's like trying to tell what somebody's doing by scanning them, whether they're engaged in tossing a ball up and down or whether they're engaged in um, talking about something, whether they're engaged in reading something. Those different kinds of attentional manners should reflect in specific kind of brain patterns one would imagine. It's not necessarily a prediction of a correct explication of cognitive functions, but one would imagine that that would be the case. However, if you don't know what kind of attention you're prompting when you're scanning somebody's response to it, etc., then you got a problem. I just got a new soul scanner. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, I mean, and he does scan people's brains and measure their wave patterns and stuff. The thing is, I don't think he's got a good, clear understanding of, am I checking for response to this stimuli because I think it means this cognitive function, or am I think he's got kind of a mishmashy, holistic kind of understanding of functions and type. One guy on YouTube proposes that instead of copyright law, there should be a practice of citing your sources when a song inspires you. I mean, that's dumb. Because if you're writing a song because you've been inspired by some other song, then your song only has a fairly low ceiling. You know, good songs need to be manifest holistically and purely from the ether. Yeah, it's more open-ended. He just tries to see patterns among people. Well, that's fine, but I think you're going to be not very well positioned to find any such patterns if you don't really have clear understanding of how the stimuli and the patterns you're observing link to some, theoretical underpinnings or model. Would you be down to get an arty scan? Sure, I'd be down to get an arty scan. Got no problem with it, but I'm not interested in pursuing it. Right? I'll take white for 500, please. I like the full colors of the spectrum. Makes for a colorful life. Well, Rachel and I saw quite the remarkable double rainbow the other day in town over the Yosemite Liquors and behind it. And I put up a short of it, but I only showed one of the rainbows, the brighter one. But it was actually a double rainbow all the way across the sky. It was quite impressive sight to see. The most vivid rainbow I think I've ever seen. He kicked me right in my Daria and Artie. Rachel got a cool photo. You know what I wish, everybody? Can everybody please stop going on the gram? All right? I don't use the gram. And so it's like there's people that I'm interested in, like, I don't know, my wife, Rachel, or I don't know, Johnny. Johnny posts his shit, his updates and stuff on the gram. And Rachel has to alert me, oh, Johnny's having this contest for me. I'm like, oh, really? What do you have to do? Well, first, go onto the gram and forget it. Forget it already. You're on the wrong platform, mister. You're just shitting in my morning coffee. Have I ever seen a triple rainbow? No. But I saw that double rainbow at least twice, so it was at least a quadruple rainbow. Because I saw it when I looked up initially. I need more gram field trips. Instagram's like, Facebook's like, well, I guess we broke Facebook. Let's buy Instagram. Thanks a lot, Facebook. Let's make Instagram be like Facebook used to be. But seeing two double rainbows is the same as seeing a quadruple rainbow. That's my point. If I were really, yeah, I know about the double rainbow, triple rainbow guy. I've seen that video before, Ruben. And may I just say, one of your suggestions has become one of my new favorite songs. And that is, I have a pen. I have a pen. Long pen. I have an apple. I have a pen. Apple pen. I have a 14-year-old researcher in here earlier. I tried to get you to drop your link for them, but I think you might have missed it. Not sure if they're still here. Link to what? PPAP. Right. Apple pen, pineapple pen. Pen, pine. Apple pen. Pen, pineapple? Apple pen, pineapple pen? I listen to it a lot. I can't. It's kind of shocking that I can't sing the whole thing, you know? Um, it's a great song. It's really well done. I'm very impressed with it. Oh, exciting tables and words about human personality. Oh yeah, sure, I'll get that link. No problemo. I just gotta do a little searcheroo in my search meow here. Actually, it's right here. I don't even need to do any searcheroo with my search meow. So good for me, good for you, good for everybody. And especially good for Shirley MacLaine. There was a time when Shirley MacLaine was famous for believing that she had a lot of past lives that she was in connection with. She was kind of deemed a little bit of a wild-eyed woohoo lover, you know, before it became quite so widespread and commonplace to be wild-eyed and woohoo loving. I'm a little wild-eyed and woohoo loving myself, really. If you think you can take away my woohoo, well, you'll have to kick me in the Dario Nardies. Do I play Fortnite? I do not play Fortnite. I don't really play any games, but you know what would be fun? What I would like to do right now. Okay. Free. Okay. Here we go. Who would like to play me in a game of chess? And we will show it here on the screen for everyone to see. The game of chess. Does anybody want to play me in a game of chess? I am not particularly good at chess, but I'm not terrible at it. So I'll just wait for someone to arrive. And we'll see if anybody wants to play me at chess. Do a backflip, then fly like Superman. I already did that right before you got here. I did it right before you got here. I'm not going to waste my time doing it again. All right, here we go. Looks like maybe I've got a chess taker. All right, you're white, I guess, chess taker, Ola Cedric. And I must be Laney Laquanda. All right. You're going to pull one of those maneuvers, huh? Pretty tricky, sis. Oh, yeah? You didn't expect me to do that, did you? You just want me to get your guy or what? I could just get your guy right now. Pow, take that. I got him. I got him with my getting getter. All right, so old Cedric has moved his horse out, strangely, right where I can get him. So I went ahead and got him. Now he can move his bishop out and get my pawn, but he's probably not engaged in the greatest of trades ever in the history of chess. Okay. Move this guy here. Like that. Yeah. That seems like a good place to go. That'll help me to win blue ribbon at the county fair in raising pigs and playing chess. Raising a chess playing pig. Which is, of course, exactly the kind of pig everybody needs. Deep inside of their heart, where pigs belong. Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and take this guy as per meow. So there you have it. Now all your meows belong to me. Okay. All right. I see what you're doing there. You're moving that guy, huh? Very well, then. Very well. I'm going to move this guy right there. What do you think about that? Now what are you going to do? Now I've moved my horse, and you're like, dag, Mopo's got a horse right there. And I'm like, yeah, I do. You're really into moving those so-called pawns, aren't you? Well, what if I told you that your so-called king is in check? What if I told you that? And then what would you do? Then you'd be incredibly alarmed. Something tells me I'm into something, yeah. It's a song that people have sung while playing chess for many, many years, decades even. Oh yeah, you don't want me to get your king, huh? That's pretty saucy of you. Okay, well, fine then. Be that way. I guess I'll just have to go someplace else. I don't know, someplace like here, maybe. And we'll see how you respond to that. Because I don't know if you know, but I know that what I know is knowledge. And where there is knowledge, that's where I know. Okay, well, you win. I'll take your queen away. Goodbye, queen. See you later. Smell you later, as they say in humorous contexts. You took my bishop. You killed my bishop. You think I can just let that go? Think I can just pretend that never happened? When you don't kill my bishop? All right, fine. I'll take your bishop in return. So now we have bishop trade. Each of us reduced in our diagonability by one color. He keeps reducing my diagonability. And it makes me really sad. You never had any diagonability in the first place. That makes me even sadder. All right, fine. I'll meow your meow. Go ahead. Now you meow my meow. I get it. I know the drill at this point. We're meowing meows for meowness' sake. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is meow this meow with that meow. And that's going to set me up pretty good for a miggity of coming before you know it. You're going to have your meows mid and your meows mig. And then you're going to be in real trouble. Game over. White out of time. I win. Congratulations to me. How do I make a new game? Yeah, refresh. Okay. Chess.org. Fine. Invite a friend. Create a game. Get the link. Pew. Copy. Pew. Put it here. Does anybody else want to play chess against me? I'm finding this enjoyable. I don't know if anybody else wants to play chess with me. Looks like I got somebody here. Oh, I get to go first this time, huh? All right, then. Let me go here. See what you think about that. Probably like, that was a bad idea, Eric. You done screwed up. I'm like, oh, yeah? Oh, really? What about now? Now what do you think? And you're like, ooh, I was wrong, Eric. You didn't screw up. You surprised the shit out of me. I literally have had the living shit surprised out of me now. And I don't know if I'll ever recover. I guess that's what friends are for, as famous singer Celine Dion once said. What do you mean that wasn't Celine Dion? You and your ways. Have I ever talked to you about that before? You and your ways? Because you got some ways about you, mister. Some kind of ways that I'm not entirely sure I approve of your ways. You're a real way haver, aren't you? Okay, fine. What about now? Now let's see how many ways you have. A lot fewer than you had before. Or a lot more. One of the two. I'm not sure which. Here comes Gantaglaws. There's one thing that you could say while playing chess. But if you're worried about your Gantaglaws, you better think twice. All right, there you go. There you go. Just what you wanted. You asked for it, you got it. You shall receive. As they say in, I guess it is a Buddhism. Ask the Buddha and ye shall receive namastes. 1,000 namastes per request, maximum, please. Yeah, you want to go, I got a horse, look at me go. But you know what I think about that? I'm not a huge fan. I'm sorry. I'm not a huge fan of that. I think somebody, aka you, have gotten a little big for your britches. And I'm not quite sure what to do about that except to resize your britches to make them smaller. So let's say you're currently at 36 waist and a 44 length. Oh, you're a real piece of work, mister. A real Jim Dandy. Where does this guy get off thinking that's okay? I do not know. You're gonna, do they enforce en passant in this game? I really don't think they should enforce that, you know. All right, fine, fine, fine. Be that way, you know. Are we only allowed 3 minutes total time? That seems like awfully short amount of time. Doesn't it? Seems that way to me. I'm meow in the meow in a meowgity meow to make my meow go meowgity, where it will meow 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 meow. Wow. I guess if you run out of time, it's game over. Let me make it 5 minutes per side this time. Bonus per move. 5 seconds per move. Okay. Great game. Now, let me get the link to this game. I guess it's this one. Anyway, anybody wants to play? Hopefully that gets you there. I've adjusted the rules to make it more, how do you get the, yeah, for it? Maybe I need to make a new game. All right, I'm making a new game, everybody. Create a game, unrated game. Wait, yeah, this is what I need. Yeah. Oh, it is actually the same as the URL, I guess. Sometimes it's not, you know. All right, there. There's the game. Anybody who wants to play chess with me, you're welcome to play chess with me. And I think what you'll see is that this time there's more time total. You got 5 total minutes plus 5 seconds added per move you make. So we shouldn't have a time run out thing so much this time. Anybody? Any takers? Like I said, I don't view myself as being particularly good at chess. So, there we go. My turn to go. Okay. Going here. Pow. Just like that. Pow. You're a disruptive Darren. Has anybody ever told you that before? All right, fine. There, be that way. See what I care. See if I care. Go ahead. Do it. Do it. You know you want to. I told you what you wanted to do, and then you didn't do it. Fine, I'm taking that pawn then. See if I care. Likely story. Likely story. Well, there you go, Captain Likely Pants. You win the story award for the likeliest story in all of Christendom. You ask of me so much, and I give of myself so much. The real question is, how can you live with yourself knowing that? Good question, Eric, said everybody. Now what? Now what are you going to do? Are you sure? Are you sure you want to do that? I'm not so sure. You don't want to do that. For sure, you do not want to do that. So, as a consequence, what I'm going to have to do here, I'm afraid to tell you, is this. And frankly, you're just going to have to deal with it. You're going to have to deal with it like Norman Peale's xylophone had to deal with a lot of loving use. Oh, what about that then? Oh, you want to bring your horse over. You think just because you can ride a horse, you're qualified to participate in the equestrian events? In the Olympics? I don't think so. Okay? Takes a little more than that to be what I like to call a true equestrian. So, what I'm going to do for you now, in order to save you from your own folly, is coming up here, like that. What do you think about that? Oh, I fucked up. You're pretty good at chess. You seem to be better than me at it. Well, I'm going to have to pull a really miraculous comeback here if I'm going to have any chance at all. I feel myself woefully out of position. All right, well, there we go. I've got that guy moved there. Now, let's see. He's going to move. He might castle. Or he might move a horse. Horses are generally a big pain in the ass, you know. People are always like, no, what about horse-drawn carriages? You're missing the point. You really are missing the point. You dirty rat, as they say in the industry. You dirty rat. All right, we'll take that. See what you do about that. I see. I see. Oh, yeah. I see what? I see. I see your butt. Well, I'm I'm gonna go like meow. There. You're probably gonna go like meow. And then what am I gonna do? Well, then I just go like meow if you do that. So it's not over yet, you scoundrel of chess. You're a chessoundrel with your scoundrelly ways. You're not playing what I like to call gentleman's chess, you know? And that's pretty sad, okay? It's pretty darn sad. Because I'm playing like a gentleman. Oh, very well. Fine. I got you in check, Mr. Man. Now I got you in double check. What do you think about that? Uh-oh. Why can't I get that guy? Oh, he's in check from there. Oh my God, you're such a cheater. Oh no, I ran out of time. I lost. Forgot to pay attention to the time. Well, that was a good game. Whoever you are, good game. I think I would have lost even if I hadn't failed to pay attention to the time. But that was a challenging game. Well, there's no difficulty level when you're playing another human being. Obviously, it's whatever difficulty level the other human being is. In my case, I would call my skill level of chess as medium bad. Hi, Lou. I don't know if you've heard, but they finally figured out what we built this city on. And it turns out it was rock and roll. And there's something I've been meaning to ask you, Lou. Lou, while we're out here on this yacht on the Chesapeake Bay, can you ask me something? Do you ever feel not so fresh? And if so, do you have any advice for me? What? Summer's Eve by Massengill? Are you sure? Yeah, Massengill is the most trusted brand in freshness reviving freshenings. Anyway, these days I just feel now that I've learned about Massengill's wonderful products, it feels like no matter what time of year, no matter what time of day, it's evening in the summertime. gargling, good suggestion. Instead of calling it a douche, they should call it a gina gargle.
Honey, can you pick me up another jug of China Gargle at the supermarket?
Okay. The lady lies down on the floor, puts her legs up on the wall, and gargles. Gina gargle. Strong enough for a man, but pH balanced for a woman. Well, speaking of Gina gargle, I was delighted, as I mentioned earlier, for those who weren't here for this notation, it's worth re-noting because it's pretty important stuff. I was absolutely delighted recently. 1 second. All right, so disregarding what Ruben just said, because that's not relevant to the topic of Gina Gargle, so let's just disregard his words for a second and return to the important subject of vagina stuff. On a slight sidetrack, can one avoid affording something regard if one is expressly disregarding it? Is that oxymoronic? But I was delighted to see a commercial for some brand of either pads or tampon that now promised Gush defense against Gush, eliminating Gush fears, I believe was one of the things it said in the commercial. So Gush defense, that's the kind of feminine hygiene product I need at my vaginal blood splish splash party. Because it's like a fire hose. So, what comes first, the Gush defense or the not so fresh, resolution? Do you need to defend against the Gush, or do you more need to gargle with your gine? You more need to gina gargle, or do you more need to defend against the Gush? That's the question the 49ers are asking themselves today as they prepare for the Kansas City Chiefs in tomorrow's Super Bowl. Can we defend against the Gush? Particularly more likely to be what the Chiefs are asking themselves. More precisely, they're saying we need to stop McCaffrey. Silly squirrel, do you want some cutlets? Squirrel wants some cutlets, I think. Labels ring. Here's some cutlets. Eat them up with your butt yet. Don't you forget to eat some cutlets. Eat them with your butt and get the butt. You could eat some cutlets with your butt now. You could use your little squirrel hand. Here's some cutlets for you in your butt now. I had them imported from distant cutlet lands. Later on, I'll put more cutlets. And when it's gone, in your butt yet. The cutlets abound, they're here on the ground. Come and eat your cutlets over here. Come and eat your cutlets over here. So yeah, I put some cutlets out for the woodland friends. You maybe see them there on the snow. Each one of those little black dots is a cutlet. Hi, Blue Jay. Hi, Blue Jay McQuay. Up in the tray. There's a Blue Jay McQuay up in the tray. It's a chilly Bobilly today. What with the cold temperatures and the weather plummeting into the sub 50 degrees above Fahrenheit range. I'd say it's about 30 degrees right now. That's with my Eric face and hand thermometer and foot thermometer through socks. I've got socks on, Tommy slippers, but no cover on the top of my feet, you know? So it's a pretty good gauge on how cold it is when how quickly the cold starts to seep through my socks. Hi, Blue Jay McGuay. Yes, squawk. I hear you squawking. Yes, I know. I've heard the good news. Here's Squawky Pants McGee. Oh, squawk, squawk. Oh, yes, delicious cutlets. Right there on the ground waiting for you. Eat them with your little beak. Peck them with your beak. Call now. Hot girls are waiting. Call now. We just love having sexy talk with guys. Call now. Okay, I'll call now. Hello? Hello? Is this a... Are you the one on the commercial? Hello? Hello? You're another guy. Hello? There's just all guys on this phone call. What's going on here? Hi. Who's that? Hi, how are you? Thanks for calling. Party. Oh, I guess I'm recording. I'm interested in this interesting conversation being had here in Ruben and Lou about pain. The kind of pain you feel not in your body, but in your soul. Emotional pain. Let's see. Who said I was smoking BC970? Periodically I use health tubes, but other than that, I'm not sure what you're talking about. All is fair in love and war, right? And heard that said a time or two, never really thought it. I understood what it was supposed to mean. I mean, I think it's a poor axiom in both instances, right? You can fight a war more or less justly, and you can engage with other human beings that you have sex with more or less justly. Yeah, I didn't give in to learning it until a year or two ago. What, your multiplication tables? Cue for the chat. When someone invalidates your feelings or shames you for a feeling done in a not mean way, do you recognize it in the moment or not? I might recognize it in the moment. I'm not sure. Most deaf, says Acacia. Gina gargling, says Lou. Definitely, she feels it in the moment when someone invalidates your feelings or shames you for a feeling. Who shames people for a feeling? Like you shouldn't feel that way? I'm probably more likely to notice, but if it's feelings attached to the words, then noticing comes way later unless it's overt meanness. Just have to roll with it, Lou. I suppose it'll be a lot worse in person to deal with, but online, yeah, is okay. I think that's why I woke up grumpy, but it's taken a while to put a finger on it. Did somebody invalidate your meow? Did I do that? I didn't mean to, for sure. I'm sorry if I invalidated your feelings or person or whatever. My bad. I just realized your logo at the bottom right of this stream looks like a Cartoon Network design. GWFP, I just used the block letter font, you know. You're wrong, it looks like banana pudding. Sometimes people just get caught in a crossfire or an explosion or something and they had nothing to do with it. Eric's very cartoony. It's true, I do have a cartoony quality. I don't know what happened, but I agree with people are uncomfortable with pain, so they try to ease it or negate it rather than holding space for it. That certainly is true for me. I try to say, think of something else, get away from me with my negative feelings. Lou, well said about people being uncomfortable with pain, so they try to negate it or reframe it or straw man what you're trying to convey. Not always intentionally, but yeah. KSH, get out of my head. JK, stay there. Who's KSH? I don't know who KSH is. Oh, Acacia. On the lookout for a rogue raccoon, I drove a good nose for avoiding situations. Which pain do you prefer, a cut or a burn? Hmm. Uh, cut, I guess. Oh yeah, words are much more harmful than sticks and stones unless sticks and stones are used like really aggressively. Charles says, "You are gay." Well, thanks, Charles. I appreciate your knowledge of my sexuality. It's very helpful. Yeah, friction works, contact burns. Sometimes emotional pain can break your neck. Yeah, for sure. Geez, Eric, once you notice it, you'll see that people shame others for feelings all the time. Are those your IRL friends? happened to me growing up. Kind of got told I was crazy and needed treatment for being angry. You feel more peace as you grow older. Yes. Like I felt increasing amount of peace gradually over the course of the last year or so, a little longer than that, you know. But for me, that it doesn't represent a trend of feeling more peaceful as I grow older in general. It's not been a rule that would have validated for most of my life. My peacefulness kind of went up and down related to things not having to do with age. It is the case that that as I've grown older, I self-inflict damage less frequently. So that's a good thing, obviously. But it's also the case that I don't have to self-inflict. I just even like bumping into something metaphorically, I will view myself very harshly. So like the path for me has gotten narrower, which means uh, I hold myself to higher standards than I used to, and in other words, even though I'm a better person, I don't feel like it because the goalposts just shift. But I mean, I do feel like a better person now than I did, I don't know, a couple years ago. But my peacefulness links more to my situation than it does to my age. Right now, I'm in a very peaceful situation. It's easy for me to feel peaceful. It's easy for me to feel content and inclined towards resting or whatever. Um, when my circumstances were a lot more difficult, it was a lot more difficult for me to feel that way. I was much more escapist. I'm still fairly escapist, of course. It's just how I am, who I am. But I think I have more or less pretty healthy relationship with my habits and stuff. At least a sustainable one. Burns take more calories for the body to repair, so that's a plus. What did you miss? Well, you missed a discussion of different kinds of pain. I think most of us agree that the opposite of the expression, sticks and stones will break my bones, but words will never hurt me. The opposite of that is actually more true. You know, go ahead and hit me with a stick. At least then I could hit you with a stick, be justified. It's not an attack on my person, it's an attack on my body. Nobody will agree with you if you hit me with sticks and stones. Everybody will agree that you've assaulted me. Words are a little trickier than that, you know? And in general, I just think it's super important that people treat each other well as consistently as possible with the deontological perspective, which says don't use others as a means to an end. And I think that adhering to the distinctions I've drawn before between ontological critique, behavioral critique, and critique of words is pretty important ultimately. You know, I know also that I'm somebody who's plenty of times in life been guilty of needlessly sharp words, and that knowing how I am with hearing certain kinds of words, I might remember that for a long time afterwards. You know, it might stick with me for a very long time. So, you know, obviously, for me, that's maximally so in my closest relationships. The people whose words are going to stick with me and maybe hurt me include like Rachel and Delilah, more than anybody else. Everybody else, I feel like I can respond to their words either with contrition if they're correct in their critique, or correction if they're not. Caroline, no, I did not check my email yesterday. Um, Somewhat purposefully, I just wanted to step away from this thing because it's stressful. It's going to continue to be stressful until I make the video. I will check and read my email before I do that. And if that negates the idea of making a video at all, then so it goes. I suspect that you're probably just providing additional qualifications like don't think I'm remotely blameless in this. I don't think you're blameless. And I also think you're a victim. Just like I am frequently the victim of racial profiling. I never get pulled over. There's no explanation for it except I'm with Hero Lamb entirely on this. Uh, in my opinion, nobody should shit on Caroline at all. I want her to feel welcome and safe here. Uh, sure, it's easy to just shit on somebody for breaking a rule when the rule's so clear cut, you know? That doesn't mean that context isn't a factor, and we do ourselves all a disservice to pretend like we're so righteous that we can dehumanize another because they fucked up. Now, with Marty, I am not critiquing him because he fucked up. I'm critiquing him because he's a horrible person who's done something horrible and deserves to be critiqued for that. It's a whole different ball of yarn. The shit he pulled was all about control, power, and like destroying someone's any bit of self-esteem or self-worth that somebody has, I guess in order to make himself feel better. I don't know. But fucking terrible. And it makes me sangry or angrad. I'm not sure which. Probably sangry, which is different than slangry. Slangry is if you're angry because you're sleepy. Sangry is a combination of sad and angry. And also like, oh God, here comes, YouTube beef on the griddle. Beef won't burn on the grill. I know this guy and his awful ways. He like cannot help himself. He's going to try to intimidate me into whatever, which of course will not work at all. But it means, it means testosterone and adrenaline pumping. As a man who really likes to get in touch with his pretty princess inside, these days, I used to be such a battler. I used to, like, metaphorically or verbally throw down at a moment's notice. But these days I try to avoid things that make me feel a lot of strong emotions. I figure it's bad for my pancreas. Because something must have linked to that. Well, I mean, I think there's little doubt that Caroline found him intimidating. It depends what type you are. It's like, as a deliberative type, I don't think Hero Lamb, especially as what I believe to be the introverted version of his type, I don't think you find him intimidating at all. But he's an action type, and for receiving types, that it can be very well, they're susceptible to pressure and to time pressure, either because they've got SE fifth if they're an SI Dom, and so they validate SE inherently as an external frame, or because they got SE fourth and it's a deficit area, and they just presume if somebody's critiquing them on a lack of SE, then they must be right. But how do I know that stuff? Who are receivers? SI DOMs and NI DOMs, the knowers. Knowers and receivers are the same thing, saying the same thing. Deliberators, TI and FI DOMs. Interfacers, TE and FE DOMs. And action types, NE and SE DOMs. Right. Hi, goatee man. The goatee man. You consider yourself shouted out. Even though I didn't really shout. I get it here, Lamb. Time pressure. How's it scary though? You aren't like obligated even to talk to the guy, right? But what he did was he exploited slash leveraged her interest in continuing to talk with him because she felt, you know, flattered by his attention as the main guy of that channel, highlighting her comment and her stuff. And she got a little flirty in her email, like, I'm not going to keep chatting with you because out of respect for my husband and stuff, which is suggestive, like, I find you attractive or whatever. But then he replied with an email saying, well, then I'll consider this communication closed. Once more, bravo for being such a wonderful, great person and so smart and insightful. And, so I'll consider this closed. Unless, of course, you'd like to continue the communication via email, comment, text message, provided. And so then she sort of jettisoned her former resolve to not continue chatting with him and sent him an email. And I'm sure felt pleased to get a reply and stuff. But what happened was he rapidly turned that on her and was like, you know, I go out of my way to give you special attention, and now you're gonna be all withholding on me. I don't know who you are or what blah, 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 blah. It just fucking turns on a dime, right? And all of a sudden she's backpedaling on the defensive. Why? What's he pushing on? Well, he's doing SEFI. I'm going to create impacts by using my own emotion. In this case, outrage at being treated so lightly. Like, if you're gonna want to continue the conversation with me, that means you need to start meeting my expectations all of a sudden. Even though prior to that, a moment before, it was all about how bravo, you're so special and great, right? Just this classic kind of abuser, hard sales tactic shit. He even said at one point, like, you need to know your place. Insanely. I have to read Caroline's new email before I read that shit out loud, but it's just repulsive. And then for him to fucking then use his successfully goading and pressuring her into making, I'm sure, the worst mistake of her marriage. She has no previous instances of infidelity type stuff. He proceeds to use that occasion to make a 10-minute video conveying to her in no uncertain terms that she's a piece of shit. Without explicitly saying it's about her, but conveying to her on the side separately, by the way, this video, nobody else is going to know, but you and I will know it's about you. While concurrently in making this video, sanctimoniously claiming that he wouldn't engage in any such tawdry affair because he's not a piece of shit. Then expressly lying about whether he had anything to do with it, claiming a friend told him about this. It's appalling beyond all reckoning. Why do I care what he does, though? Never answered, what is he, your kid? No, I care about people who have I mean, I'm opposed to people exploiting an opportunity to just do damage to somebody else and rub it in that they got them for the sake of proving how women are a bunch of dumb whores or whatever, right? I'm convinced that's why he was doing it. I mean, I don't know what he's hoping, but I find the behavior appalling. And he's publicly stating that he's such a good guy because he doesn't do exactly what he was actually doing, attributing his own behavior to a third party that doesn't exist. He's positioning himself as a guru about shit on YouTube to the tune of over 10,000 subs. Irrelevantly, he's also shitting all in Typology soup with his incredibly wrong bullshit. But why do I care? Because I'm a decent human being. It's like, this is like a very slow motion instance of an animal that's foolishly run out into traffic and gotten hit by a car. And what I'm saying is, okay, somebody's got to do something, at least move this hurt animal out of the street. Pretend all that's happening in super slow motion so that I can take my time to really consider how I'm going to get the thing out of the street, you know. In other words, eliminating now that former analogy of the dog getting hit by a car. Now let's shift analogies and say this. This guy's a menace who is willfully and purposefully running down every dog that even is getting close to the curb, right? He sees a dog on the side of the street near the curb, and he whistles to get it to come over into the street just so he can run it over. Who wouldn't object to that kind of fucking shit? I'm not saying Caroline's a dog in the street, okay? I'm just making the point that, yeah, like, if your dog runs out into the street and gets hit by a car, then it's your fault as the dog owner for not taking care of your dog. If, on the other hand, somebody's purposely trying to entice your dog into the street and then runs it over and claims, hey, it's not my fault you didn't control your dog, technically true, but completely missing the point, right? So the analogy here is intended simply to draw attention to the maliciousness and violation of the spirit of the law implicit in what Home Fries was doing. Like, he didn't want to see that chick's tits. He wanted to break her. And that's fucking horrible. Just because he could. It wasn't even like she was giving him pushback or something that I was assuming. No, she just displayed vulnerability by gushing at him a bit, you know. Not in the vaginal blood sploosh splash party, but in the, oh, you're so great kind of way. And he's like, aha, I can take this this woman getting a little ahead of herself one afternoon on YouTube and break her. Let's do that. You know, she wanted a connection with somebody, some male figure that I guess she probably wasn't feeling. She was connected in her marriage or whatever. Yeah, it's conceivable to exploit that into getting naked pictures because you want to see titties or whatever. And that's just, you know, normal level scumbaggery. Not okay, but, You only do so much to condemn that, right? However, this is not what that was. This was not that. This was as I've described it. Fucking absolutely deplorable. And yeah, it's important to be black and white about black and white rules. Like, she's the one with the obligation to uphold, not him. But it's important to be good on the gray stuff, There are positive and negative moral indications. It's bad to use others as a means to an end, even when it's not expressly rights violating. Using a bunch of hard pressure tactics to formally gain consent while completely disrespecting the spirit of consensuality is just fucking horrible. Once again, tell it like it is, motherfuckers. Not you guys, of course. The rest of everybody who's not listening to me. I'm telling it like it is, you motherfuckers. Squirrely Squirrel is here getting cutlets. Delicious cutlets. It's your favorite dish. It's your very favorite food. Yes, you love the cutlets so much. Oh, yes. Wonderful cutlets, so delicious and good, so fair, fine, and true, so wonderful and just and magical. You're covered in delicious squirrel fur, the most flavorful of all the furs. Tastes like cutlets, because that's what you eat so much of. Oh, cutlet-loving friend, love your cutlets. Love them so. That's why I put them there. I put them there expressly for you. Anyway, it's been an emotionally charged day, a few days for me, because I find this very distressing, I guess. I don't know, upsetting or whatever. Some kind of emotion word. Which means I don't care if she is on her vaginal blood sport splash party. Rachel's getting it today. Emotions make me. The word open for business. Prepared for marriage activities. She's an INFJ, I think, Lou. I'm pretty sure. Now your dog is barking at the squirrel. How dangerous is he, though? Well, he's only dangerous to people vulnerable to that, but I don't know why one wouldn't care about that population. I mean, if you think about it in this terms, think about the stakes involved, right? You're talking about something that's exceedingly low stakes for him. Just breaking this susceptible person for the sake of doing so. And incredibly high stakes for her. It represents the first and only significant breach of that kind of breach of trust in her marriage of 12 years. And he gloats over having induced it. That's pretty fucking awful. Well, I hope you don't remain vulnerable to him. I certainly hope you've not engaged in any further contact with him. I don't want to fight him like a man. I mean, I am fighting him like a man, right? With the only weapon any real man uses, the truth. So I think it's fair to say you were vulnerable to him, susceptible to his shit. You know, I hear from Rachel that in her past, she was susceptible to some of that same kind of approach from the same kind of people, namely toxic ESFPs. And I empathize. I wouldn't forgive it in her, but she has learned from that. You got married when you were 22 fucking years old. Or you got in this relationship when you were 22, right? Like people do. It, when I was 18, I cheated on a girlfriend. I never cheated after that because I learned my lesson. That was actual cheating, full blast cheating, you know? Um, Sometimes even intuitives, introverted intuitives, have to experience something to truly understand it. And I think it's more important by far that that the priority be you forgiving yourself and being forgiven, because obviously it's its own punishment, right? You hate yourself beyond any capacity of others to hate you for this. And we're all fragile people, you know? Little good comes from righteous piling on, if any. But I do think that INFJs are particularly susceptible to that particular kind of toxicity. And they need to learn that they're susceptible to it and consciously map out sort of an intended plan to spot it, prevent it, etc. Of course, I'm not worried about Rachel also because I do think that properly loved, an INFJ is almost rabidly devoted to you. Well, here, Lamb, before you conclude that, I would like you to at least withhold judgment until you've had access, if you do. I'm not sure that's going to happen, but you have access to reading the email exchange, seeing the email exchange for yourself, and in which case you'd say, okay, if your intuition takes you the same place mine takes me, you'll conclude, okay, this guy is predatory, um, a classic textbook case of true toxic masculinity. Not an abuse of the term to mean anything with a penis like Greta Gerwig or whatever. I'm talking about actual toxic masculinity of a kind that is distinct from any normal expression of masculinity, is wholly bad, and ought to be condemned. So, yeah, the reason I'm condemning it may link to the randomness that this lady happened to talk to me about it, but it's absolutely not me sticking my nose into somebody else's personal business that has no business being articulated publicly, because the nature of the thing is not what it would appear to be. You know, if it were that, I would agree with you, but it's not. Especially when you factor in the video. You go watch that video, you know. I know, I know. Go to the gym, brother. Glitches, please answer my question. Let me see what your question is. I don't know what your question is. I don't see any question from you. Glitches says hello. And then says, please answer my question. You didn't ask a question. Go to the gym, brother. A lot of good looking women at the gym. After I got divorced, I met a new girl at the gym. I got a new girl 4 years ago, 4.5 years ago. And we are now married, and I'm very pleased with her. She's my last wife, my third and final wife. I don't need nor want to, you know, fuck a bunch of hoes. Okay, Boba Fett. I know. As I've said, I'm going to make this video in which I do this, okay? Then I will have the video, ask Caroline to clear it, okay? To make sure that she's comfortable with everything that I report in the video or whatnot. Sure, I've been talking about it indefinitely. I want to make sure I present a case in a very calm and dispassionate fashion that is very assertive on points that are black and white and without any question, and acknowledges where interpretation or intuition is required, and leaves it up to the viewer, listener to judge, okay? I haven't gotten to it yet. I get your impatience. I stand hereby critiqued at correctly for dragging on the pre-game hype too long here, okay? It's just my emotional tenderness that's making me a little avoidant of doing it than anything else. So, hey, what do you think about Dave Superpower saying that Andrew Tate is an INFJ? I don't know enough about Andrew Tate to know. No, I know, Boba Fett. I'm not disagreeing with you. How does it seem like a breach of privacy? Like, for example, when Michelle Shocked emailed me those shitty emails, and I read them in videos or on live streams, was I violating her privacy? Absolutely not. She has no expectation of privacy when she emails me shit, right? It becomes mine to do as I see fit. And most significantly, again, here I am, if this were simply a tawdry thing where you've got a guy who, you know, manages to game this chick into showing him her tits, I wouldn't be having this conversation, okay? Remember the video that he made after the fact, and how he enjoys a unilateral advantage from that perspective, right? He's got a platform with 10,000 subscribers in which he can drive home his message to her, which is that she's a piece of shit for doing what he goaded her into doing. It reminds me very much of this horrible scene from Do the Right Thing, a Spike Lee joint. This movie in which exactly that happens. Some guy goads his girlfriend into doing stuff with some other person in the fraternity house, and then shames her and, you know, breaks her after the fact for having listened to him and done what he suggested. It's horrible. No, I'm not reading any of the sexting stuff. There's not. I'm not even. Wasn't even forwarded any of that part of it, right? I think that happened after the email exchange that I got. Regardless, I I can just only at this point say, please defer judgment until that video comes out. And I accept and appreciate that until then, you're either appropriately skeptical and or condemnatory of me for not getting around to it already, not getting on with it already, you know. So I'll do that today, okay? Yeah, Caroline does not know herself very well because she's an INFJ. INFJs do not know themselves very well. And when other people are telling them about themselves, you know, like you are like this, then they don't know other people very well either. They default to the idea that third parties better explain to them who they are than they themselves ever could. It's distance from their subjective experience and SI and countervaluing their own feelings that makes them this way. That's why they need somebody who actually loves them for who they are, who appreciates the value of correct intuition where it's needed, who appreciates the idea that knowing correctly in the correct context one time can be as powerful as half-assedly doing equivalent 100 times. More powerful, maybe. You know, you can't be very sensory to respect that frame of reference because it's not very practical. Even when it is practical, it's hard to articulate that it be afforded the value that it ought to be afforded because it appears from the outside like the person's not done anything. They've just made some observation or whatever. But, you know, if you're into being cool, like I am, and cool stuff, like I'm into cool stuff, then INFJ is kind of like the only acceptable option. They've got the best taste. Rachel always looks sharp. She's always puts on, I mean, not always like 24 hours a day, but when we go out of the house or something, she always puts on cool looking clothes. She never makes any fashion mistakes. She always likes the good music and dislikes the bad music. She likes the funny jokes, dislikes the unfunny jokes. She's correct about stuff that's important to me a lot. Even if maybe you might say, well, that's not very useful, right? But it's important to me. Valentine's coming up too. How are you supposed to know who to trust? Ask me. Find somebody like me, you know. Find somebody like me who's not only saying all these things about what it means to love somebody properly, what it means to be a good partner in a relationship, what it means to meow, 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 but demonstrates it. So, you know, probably doesn't bring up the subject unless there's something that's troubling. Like, let's say you've got a habit of going, you always meow, meow, meow. And he's like, okay, that kind of language isn't helpful, right? I don't know. I don't feel like I have any difficulty knowing knowing who to trust by and large. But I'd like to believe I've proved myself trustworthy. And certainly you can trust me. Every woman around here can trust me. The reason why I have a fairly high percentage of women in the audience is because this is an equal opportunity stream, right? I try to treat everybody the same. The only time I treat chicks like chicks is when I'm single and looking for a new chick. And even then, I struggle with it, you know. I like to be in a relationship, so I don't have to think about chicks as chicks anymore. And just think of them as regular people. Well, I'm not sure how much Lou really knows herself or not. But it is the case that Lou's undergone some very severe sort of life traumas, you know, deaths around her and stuff like that, that have informed her experience. But I still don't really hear her meaningfully talk about FI, although I'm not sure if you can meaningfully talk about FI, you know? I think you are, Lou. I don't think you're not. What does it mean to be proven trustworthy? Well, in in this context, I think what if you're going to look for some sort of external data to validate trustworthiness, you look for somebody who demonstrates the ability to be corrected, somebody who is transparent about their own failings, and somebody who is working towards the general good of each person, right? So I'm not. I'm sorry to hear about that, Hero Lamb. I understand that deaths in the family can linger, you know, they can really meow. The thing is, ultimately, it's like one can always argue that my harsh philosophy, which is justifying my harsh behavior, is somehow ultimately what's good for everybody, right? That's what people need. You can always make that argument, but I just think that if you're a good person, you disagree with that. People don't need to have their chops busted more. People are fragile. They need to be treated gently. And, you know, if somebody comes at you in the comments gushing at you a bit and saying how smart you are or whatever, you don't view that as an opportunity to exploit somebody for your own fucked up reasons, you know? So the thing is, one of the reasons why Marty pisses me off so much is I'm a moralist. I'm a moral absolutist. I make moral advocacies like the one I'm making right now all the time. I believe in the power of words to both do good and harm. And I believe that recklessness in terms of impacts is how evil manifests most clearly. In other words, I believe this to be a general rule. You feel that the worst evils in the world are those that emerge from your eighth slot function. So, a lack of care in dealing with real world impacts is partially why I think Marty's behavior so evil. Although I think he was kind of careful to create those horrible, evil, real world impacts. But like if you're say SI in the eighth slot, what that means is I think the worst evils in the world come from people's particularist knowing at the expense of what's really true. Well, my experience has been, yeah, And so we're going to do it that way, even though it's totally fucked up from an intuitive perspective. That's where the worst evils come from, say, an INFJ's perspective or an INTJ's perspective. And in some sense, you could see what Marty did is subverting truth about the world into his SI experience by manifesting impacts that confirmed his self-righteous, but ultimately very weak He-Man Woman Haters Club Redpill shit, you know. Have you considered asking those memories directly why they're being so persistent now? I think I will ask that question, Lou. I have a couple of specific memories linked to my dad that they kind of hammer at me, you know, but they're not omnipresent. Sometimes like, lately they've been hitting me. I don't like these memories. They're memories of things not happening, you know, memories of me not doing anything or not doing enough in certain contexts where I should have understood my dad better, you know. I guess the reason they're coming up now is because I feel more clearly my own hypocrisy, how much I need the people in my life to proactively care about me, not just reactively. It makes me recognize more in full the scope of my failure. That would be the best answer I could come up with. I mean, it's just sort of the natural consequence, unavoidable consequence of having fucked up with a person who's gone and you can no longer redeem yourself. You know, it's too late now. It's too late now for the saddest words in English. Well, it's too late now. What sad, sad words. Oh, of course I'm okay. I am experiencing any chance that's why you feel the need to deal with Marty? No. I I interpret it more as I understand why my cat requires me to watch him eat all the time. I don't want to watch him eat. Just like I didn't necessarily want to eat with my dad and his very ornery ways and controlling ways, you know? But unlike with my dad, Trouble complains about it all the time. And so I have to watch him eat all the time. It's my karmic due. I just realized this like 2 days ago, yesterday maybe. No, my mistakes with my dad were not. I mean, you could call them betrayals in some sense. But it was me being dumb, FI polar, not understanding, not being able to put myself in my dad's shoes and understand what he needed without him telling me expressly, right? My dad was never very emotionally open, and I'd gotten in the habit of assuming that he's fine, he doesn't want to be engaged with emotionally, and he wants to have everything his way, you know? Marty shit, it's like, that is just, had nothing to do with me at all, right? It has absolutely nothing to do with me, my feelings, whatever. It has to do with the fact that I'm appalled by this story, and that one of the key factors in making me so appalled is that it emerges specifically from his empowerment as a YouTuber and includes an element where he's leveraging his superior access to having his voice heard to leave a permanent record for you to remind you forever what a piece of shit you are for going along with what he goaded you into. Obviously, I'm appalled by this. And as anybody will tell you, anybody who's been around the channel for any amount of time, when I'm not pleased with something, everybody's going to fucking hear about it. Everybody's going to hear about how this person is yeah, and they should suck it, you know? When I was not happy with the doctor at the urgent care who crossed Eric at the wrong time in the wrong way, boy, everybody heard all about it. How horrible that doctor was. Because you know what, Caroline? There's one thing that is universally true about this channel. I do not suffer meows quietly. It doesn't matter what meows are. It doesn't matter. It's like I could have a hurt elbow. I will be whining about it the whole time. I could be mad at the pharmacist. You will hear about it. It doesn't matter. When things make me have emotions that I don't want to have, and it's not you, okay, Caroline, you did not make me have these emotions. Marty made me have these emotions, okay? If this were just some lady who got married too young, making a terribly dumb mistake in her mid 30s, terribly dumb but unsurprising, I wouldn't still be thinking about this at all. Okay? So, you're not responsible for me complaining about shit and calling shit out that's bullshit. You know, it's like, let's say you were to start in right now. Let's say you were to start in right now with about how evolution's so correct and how it explains where species came from so beautifully. I would start getting mad. I would start saying how you're wrong because you are wrong in that case. But note, it wouldn't be you who's making me mad. It would be the wrongness of evolution. You're just another victim of the wrongness of evolution in that instance because people don't understand it for what it is, an affirmation that purports to explain something that it fails to explain. They think of it as the alternative to creationism. I'm no creationist, okay? I'm not advocating that creationism is an explanation for things. Anyway, the point is this. Just as, even though you would have been making a terrible mistake to affirm evolution, it would not be your fault that I'm mad at evolution, okay? So too here. Yes, that was stupid of you to believe in the evolution called Marty for even a split second. But that's not why I'm at here, okay? People are stupid all the time. People are evil much less commonly. Being stupid is basically what people do. What are humans for? Well, based on what I see here, they're apparently for being stupid. Being evil, well, evil persists when good men sit back and do nothing. When it's right in front of their fucking face, you know? I try to be like this, but when it's right in front of my face, what are you going to do? You take that evil and put your foot up its ass and say, get out of here, you. You're not welcome around here any longer because you're evil and stinky. Things that are evil and stinky do not belong around me or anything else. They belong in the evil, stinky refuse bin. It's like for biohazardous materials, except more broadly just for things that are evil and stinky. I guess I don't know if that's more or less broad or the same breadth. Because things that are biohazardous are not necessarily evil, not even necessarily stinky, but are biohazardous. And currently, things that are evil are not necessarily stinky or biohazardous, but things that are evil and stinky, well, in other words, you're comparing apples and oranges here. It's difficult to say which is a broader category, biohazardous or evil and stinky. If it were evil and biohazardous, I'd say it's probably about a tie. So I guess biohazardous is winning as the broader category because evil has to be qualified by stinky. It's just a subset of the general category of evil. I think evil's about as easily determinate as hazardity. It's obvious in its most extreme cases, and there's plenty of purported biohazards that are very borderline, like, you know, using a drinking fountain after somebody else. Oh, you little birds. I forgot I'm not supposed to smoke on stream. Oh, you little birds. You like to eat your cutlets. Look at you go. You love cutlets so much. So yeah, I'm guessing part of the reason why Marty highlighted your comment is he probably does not have a whole lot of women around the channel. They probably represent a relatively small percentage of his total audience, whereas my total audience is like 50-50. Why? Because I try to treat human individuals like human individuals instead of like a vagina and tits, you know? Hey there. Yeah, I wonder if KE's here. You know who loves being sexualized? KE. Hey, KE. How are your breasts doing today? Fine. Good to know. I joke. KE has expressed before that she does not like to be sexualized. So, of course, what is that insight in the gentle teasing universe? Periodic callback by sexualizing her. It's like I wasn't even. The reason is, of course, I was definitely not doing that in the first place. I don't remember what it was saying, and she got her panties all in a bunch. I probably said something like that. And all right, get over it already. I spend hours every day talking about my grundle. All right, so deal with it. Anyhow, the reason isn't because ultimately I'm super feminine and talk about a bunch of girl stuff all the time. And the reason is also not because I'm super masculine, and attract women like some sort of teen heartthrob would or whatever. It's because I'm professionally asexual, as I think everybody should be when they're in a relationship, you know? I'm expressly putting off not available vibes. Not available, not interested. And it doesn't take hardly any effort for me to put up those vibes because I am interested in certain things like cartoons, which occupy a tremendous amount of my time. I have to watch a lot of anime. This morning, I've killed enough time here on this live stream that I'm primed. I'm primed for a big day of great shows. I had thought maybe last week I was saying to myself, hey, Eric, is it possible Friday is the best day of the week? And I said, hey, Eric, yes, I think maybe that is the best day of the week, but it could be Saturday. You have to make a bit of a stretch to make the case for Sunday, but there's 3 good days, right? However, yesterday's anime on Crunchyroll, I think it's fair to say, included some subpar episodes. Like the free run wasn't particularly great. The the Unwanted Undead Adventurer was great. That's fucking fantastic. I love that one so much. I could watch that all day. These woodland creatures eat their sunflower seeds so quickly. It's like you see these birds pecking through just empty shells here. I guess the squirrels must have been out in the forest for a stretch. I'm going to throw out some additional seeds. What I like to call bonus cutlets. All right, let's give a little bit of bonus cutlet action for the woodland friends. Because they had a long, cold night. It got cold last night. They probably want a nice hot breakfast of cutlets. Here you go, woodland friends. There you go. Here's some nice warm cutlets for you. Yes, you love your cutlets. You love them so much. And really, isn't this live stream all of your cutlets? It is. These are the cutlets of your heart. These moments right here. Celebrate the moments of your life. Can we all please together for once celebrate the moments of our life with International Foods Cafe Francais? I want to celebrate the moments of my life. You know, in my mind's eye, I'm still like early 40s. I think, oh, people in their early 40s will understand that reference. But really, I'm 10 years older than that. I'm in my early 50s. And I'm pushing my lower mid 50s. So, you know, pretty soon I'll hit the old highway speed limit of 55. And when I do, I'll sing the Sammy Hagar song, I Can't Drive 55. They do eat the ever-loving crap out of them cutlets. It is true. The blue jays, the little birds, the squirrels, well, we don't really get the fox anymore. We used to get these things that looked like little hawks but weren't hawks. I call them faux hawks or fox. But I haven't seen them around in a while. We've had quail before, we've had turkeys before. I know the mice are out in force after dark trying to hunt down any cutlets that the other creatures have missed. Capio, as a consequence, goes out around that time and catches one and brings it inside. You know, she likes to do that. I don't like it when she does that, but she doesn't seem to care. So, make way for my 45, right beside your 78. Nothing survives but the way we live our lives. Peregrine falcon? I don't think it was any kind of, like, what do they call it? Birds of prey, because it was eating sunflower seeds. I just think it was something that looked kind of like a little hawk. I'm no expert on bird species, or any other kind of species. In fact, one time I'm like, what kind of footprint is this in the snow? Is it a bear or something? And people put, it's a dog. I felt kind of dumb. I felt kind of dumb that time. I'm not going to lie. Oh, it's a dog. Okay. But, it would be hard to say what my cat's paw prints are, his front paw prints, because my male cat Trouble over here, he has 5 toes on each of his front feet. Isn't that strange? Normally cats only have 4 toes. But Mr. Man here has 5 toes. You can't see them because he's got his front feet tucked under his chest. But you have to take my word for it. I see it frequently. Every time I sit down on the toilet, he'd go in there and stretch, put his paws out. It's like 5 toes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm like, oh my God, Trouble, you have opposable thumbs. But he's not learned how to use his opposable thumbs to do things like, say, turn doorknobs, possibly because he can't both jump up that high and turn the doorknob at the same time, or doesn't want to try. In fact, he's so lazy, he doesn't even want to use the cat door. He wants to meow at the regular door for me to open to let him out and let him in. He's a little chubby for the cat door. I should get into herpetology. Is that the study of herpaderps? I don't know what herpetology is. A study of herpes? Polydactyl. Dactyl meaning fingers, poly meaning multiple. Kinda snakes, etc. Snakes. Well, I'm not that into snakes. I try to protect the lizards. During lizard season, of course, the cats also bring in a lot of lizards. That's more when it warms up. The cats are, one good thing they do is they will draw my attention to and or kill themselves scorpions. Capia did that this past, not that long ago. We were in the garage and she started meowing and trying to draw my attention to this thing over there. I'm like, oh yes, I see you, you're a good kitty or whatever. And then finally, like, what are you talking about? I went over and she was like circling this scorpion. So I killed it with my killing self. Nobody wants a scorpion in their garage or anywhere else in their house. And we do get scorpions. We've had multiple scorpions, like corpses usually. They're little ones, like little bark scorpions. Yeah, obviously this is my first time in life encountering scorpions since we moved here, I don't want to get stung by a scorpion. I remember one time when I was in Temple City, I stepped on a wasp and it stung the bottom of my foot. It was so painful, I couldn't believe it. Well, I'm accustomed to black widows. I've had black widows around my entire life since I was a little kid. You just kill them in one of a variety of ways. I'm not worried about those. Of more concern is actually the brown recluse. There aren't very many of them in California around here or whatever, but my friend Corey's sister got stung by one when she was a little kid and it almost killed her. So, you got to watch out for those BRs, as they call them in the arachnotology field. The spider version of herpetology, I guess. And another thing, if you want to talk about things to keep in mind regarding venom/poison, rattlesnakes are actually more poisonous when they're small, more of a threat to kill you than when they're small, and less likely when they're bigger, because the small ones, when they bite you, they release all of their venom. They haven't learned how to control their venom release. It's maximally toxic when they're small, and so a very small rattlesnake is actually more dangerous to you than a bigger one, interestingly. So keep that in mind when you're going out into the field and playing with rattlesnakes. Okay. The big ones are slower, easier to play with, and ultimately less venomous than the small ones. So I wouldn't recommend playing with any kind of rattlesnakes, but if you insist on doing so, please do keep that important rule in mind. And yes, more than the usual number of toes, I have a Manx cat. She has a tail that looks like a pom-pom. Pom-pom, 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 pom. I had Manx kitties growing up. My cat Pussykins gave litter to 5 litters of kittens. My mom was an ISFJ. She loved having litters of kittens and stuff. And one of the stray males around the street was a Manx cat, an old male Manx cat that didn't belong to anybody, but that was there. And so, like, half of the babies would come out Manx, sometimes more, sometimes less. But I remember vividly my mother carrying the kittens and Pussykins' bed out into the garage for where she wanted the kittens and the cat to be. And then Pussykins would carry each of the kittens back inside the house into this closet where she wanted them to be. And I would be passionately advocating on behalf of the cat and the kittens to move themselves where they wanted to be. Whereas my mom was saying, no, I'm allergic to cats. Okay, well, yeah, you're allergic to cats. So why is it that this is my thinking now. So why is it that you have a cat, female cat, that you've purposefully not gotten fixed, and we're now into our 5th litter of kittens? And you still want to, not have her be in the closet inside, though. That's just so SI dumb, right? It's so, I want my personal experience to be exactly what I want it to be, and then none of the things need to make sense together. Anyway, yeah, we had a lot of Manx kittens. One of them, some of them we gave away to this pet store. My mom was always trying to give kittens away to different places. Pet store would take the Manx ones because they could sell them. It was back in the day when, pet stores would have kittens in cages, horrible shit like that. And then some of them we gave to neighbors who took them, or we had like a sign up on the streets, like free kittens today. Come check them out, 8 to noon or whatever. So one of the Manxes was named Sylvester, and that Manx was, we believe, responsible for the death of one of my mother's later pet projects, which was the time she rescued a blue jay that had fallen out of its nest, and she raised it with an eyedropper on this ficus tree that we had in the family room until it was big enough to like fly around on its own. And then she said, okay, well, time for you to go outside now. And she put it outside. But at that point, it was eating like mealworms and stuff, right? It would fly down from the trees. We'd call to it, whistle to it, or whatever, fly down from the tree and eat mealworms from our hands. It was really cool. But then it never learned how to be a bird properly, right? So it would just walk around the ground and not really like look out for cats or anything. One time, the other kids and I on the street, we rescued it from the clutches of Squawky, who grabbed him and then ran under the house with him. This one house, the neighbor's house. We managed to get him, the bird out actually successfully, safely. But then on some other occasion, not that long after, Pretty Boy, as my mother named this bird. Well, just his feathers were found, the remnants of him, and we were informed that it was Sylvester, one of Pussykins' offspring, that had killed the bird. That was a sad day. Yeah, my mom was great. My mom was really a wonderful woman. Okay. So I think that is so sad and disappointing. It was really the best pet I've ever had in terms of cool pets. I mean, it was most of all my mom's pet, but it was so cool when that was in that period of time when he was living outside in the trees and would come down when you call him to eat mealworms from you. To be able to like show that off to the friends in the hood and stuff, that was great. It was like everyone was all like, "Oh, I want a bird to come fly down and shit off of my meow." Of course, you know. Caroline's not an ISFJ. I typed her. There's zero chance she's an SI dom, I'll tell you that much. And that's the other thing, Caroline. I get your skepticism. You haven't actually had an extended conversation with a woman. I have, yada yada. So, withholding judgment or whatever is all fine and dandy. I'm not trying to advocate in favor of Caroline. I'm just trying to expose a pile of toxic vomit for what it is. Namely, vomit and biohazardous. All right, so I'm going to go now. I'm going to watch some cartoons. I'll make that video later today because I cannot even dare face the stream again until I do. I just get yelled at by everybody. Understandably. This is how you know somebody's not a horrible person, in part, is they are able to recognize when other people's criticisms are legitimate. So anyway, goodbye, good night, and good luck. And don't forget to eat plenty of cheese.